or send to
yeah, Sasa. Good morning, everyone. Where? Ako wapi? Umeongea na Devi?
Nimeambiwa ni mimi na badala ya kusema nini.
Actually, should not make sense. There's a presentation going on. Anasema wewe huyo tu Different facilities. Siapa itu sasa ini dia
Sasa unaona vile alikuwa akaniambia our target tomorrow is to have this the most successful raffle and sell certified homes abroad.
Yes. So we talked at 500 magazines. We'll go for 1,000 or 4 raffle tickets.
Umeelewa?
Or
raffle ticket unapata hiyo. Si ndio?
unapata na so 4 raffles ni how much?
Nimeona ameandika hapa
250. Tunafanyaje? We stick with the 1,000 ya magazine for one
raffle ticket. So ukinunua hii nakupea raffle moja, si ndio? And then bado you can still buy
raffle ticket.
hata ukitaka unataka. And also bado unaweza buy magazine mbili like two raffle tickets.
Exactly. So now then what we need to do ni kuna zawadi kadhaa
za kushinda na hiyo
za kwenda na hiyo alikwambia nimesikia kuna rafu moja ya hapa 2 nights, kuna ingine ya pesa 1 night, na kuna voucher ya 5,000 shillings. Sasa hizo sio vitu wanafaa kuchukua mikono
ana ako around
Wacha ni prepare what
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I see we're still enjoying our breakfast, which is well in order and very good. I want to welcome the others, our partners and friends who just walked in now. I pray that you continue to enjoy our breakfast. And you're all see, is it Tysak Media? I can also see the team from Nyahururu Properties. This other side, I see the city renters very well represented. I've seen the team from KRA as well, very well represented. So I just want to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, that in the next 5 minutes at most, we will be beginning our program very swiftly. The team from St. Christopher's will give us the honors of starting us off with the national anthem. And then we shall also have prayers from our mom. Then we shall be happy to start. So in the next 5 minutes, enjoy your breakfast, and then we should be very ready to start. So the team from St. Christopher's, please get ready. And when you're ready, please show me a sign. Alafu ndugu yangu mtumishi, mahali popote ulipo, nitakuwa ninataka kuongea na wewe kidogo. Kwa hivyo kwa dakika 5 tukisha maliza kula breakfast, pia tutapata nafasi ya kusalimia. Au unataka kusalimia saa hizi mtumishi? Basi kwa dakika 2 tu St. Christopher's wanapojiandaa. Leo niko na rafiki yangu na ndugu yangu ambaye tutakuwa tunashirikiana kwa leo. Mtumishi, asante Yesu.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, najua si ati unakataa kunijibu, ni kitu iko kwa mdomo anaifahamu, sio? Good morning wale ambao wana kitu kwa mdomo. Good morning. Bushie, kuna waluya paka hapa. Bushie waluya. Watu kutoka Central Moriega. Hawa watu wengine kutoka kwa kina nani, kwa kina shemeji yetu. Oyare. Oyare yenye sio? Mwakokata watu wakambani. Mimi siwezi sema wacha, sio? Na kwa nini wakamba wanasemanga wacha? Kuna mkamba kwa nyumba atatuambia ni kwa nini wanasemanga wacha, alafu badala ya kusema nini anasema So kama kuna our friend ama our colleague kutoka Ukambani, you will be explaining to us. Na leo I will try my best. Jokes zile nitafanya, I will try my best nifanye jokes za kizungu. Bwana asifiwe. So ukiona kizungu yangu inapotea, na wewe potea na? When you see my English communicate with? Iko fit sio? Ona mluyo. Sasa tupatilishia vikombe kama huyo ona chenye anafanya. Haina shida, tunakuelewa sio? So walio wale wako kwa nyumba please, hiyo kikombe ni ya wazungu sio? Hiyo kikombe ni ya wazungu, so don't worry. Kama unahitaji chai just raise your hand. Kuna mtu anatembea na pilika huyu anatembea na pilika, inua tu mkono. Mmebeba chai yenu. Hallelujah, you never disappoint, sio? So tunashukuru Mungu, karibu sana hapa na tutakuwa na nyinyi hapa. By the way, niko na gift za kupea watu, sio? Niko na gift, mimi nikienda mahali sitembeani hivi, sio? Hello? Nikienda mahali sitembeangi hivi, so nitakuwa napeana gift na pia niko na magazine. So ukinunua hiyo magazine na kupea gift na niko na gift worth 500,000 imeandikwa aje? Okay, iko hapo kwa 500 something, sio? So ukinunua kuna magazine kama hizi. Hii magazine 1000. Ukishanunua hii magazine na kupea raffle ticket. Na hiyo raffle ticket unaweza ndio ukiemo sina muda. Kana ukiemo sina na kekeke na siku mbili. Unaweza enda nyumbani alafu kuje ulale hapa. A night for two, please Waluya. A night for two inamaanisha wewe, bwana na mke, si ndio? A night for two, usituletee watoto, sawa? Waluya tumesikizana? A night for two. Alafu pia kuna voucher ya 5,000. Si ndio? Alafu kuna voucher ya 5,000. Hiyo ni ya Fan City. Unaweza enda huko vijana na watoto ufanye nini, si ndio? So nitakuwa hizi magazine zitakuwa zinauzwa. So ukiona hii magazine you can buy 2, 3 mingi sana. You can buy 3, nikupatia raffle ticket 3. You never know. Unaweza enda nyumbani na shamba, si ndio? Haya biji.
All right, thank you so much, my brother and friend Deposition. Naona team ya St. Christopher's are ready now. You ready? Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, I wish to interrupt your breakfast for at least a minute so that we be upstanding. We begin with the national anthem and we will call our meeting to order because I also love that we also give you value for time. So ladies and gentlemen, please let's be upstanding for the national anthem, and this is being led by the team from St. Christopher's Schools, Nyahururu. Let's be upstanding, ladies and gentlemen. St. Christopher's, over to you. When we are still standing, ladies and gentlemen, please, I wish to invite our mom, who's also going to lead us in prayer. So I wish that you help me invite her on stage to open with a word of prayer. Rosemary, Yankee, let's appreciate Mama as she comes so that she opens for us with a word of prayer.
Hallelujah. Bwana asifiwe. When we are there. Hallelujah.
Amen.
I'm glad and grateful to God who have given us this chance and this wonderful day to come and celebrate the things that He has done into our lives. Bwana asifiwe sana. My name is Evangelist Rose Meluelimo. I'm the mother to CEO of Misiri Ventures, the only daughter that God gave me, and I praise His name. I thank you because of this far that God has brought you. I remember that Daniel never stopped to pray, and Daniel never got heart broken. He prayed until he saw the heart of the Lord. Bwana asifiwe sana. I know everybody have invested not from up, it is from the ground. Bwana asifiwe sana. And for this far God has brought us, we have to give Him thanks. Even for you to be healthy, for you to be alive today, for you to organize and succeed. It is not by mighty nor by power. It has taken the heart of the Lord. Since it, many are sick, many have gone. Maybe you have invited, maybe they are in the hospital, but you have made it. You have prayed like Daniel. And that is why I want to remind you this morning. Never boast that it is your mighty for the far that God has taken you. It has taken His hand. Many have worked for years and years. And you, I think I'm the youngest here. Simnimpia makofi. Na wakati watu tulikuwa tukienda juu na chini, but you never made it. And we made it when you are young. You are, some of you are 20 something, some of you are 30 something, some of you are 40. I think the oldest is 40. Lakini naona wengine ni kama mimi tu. Na Bwana asifiwe. But I like the Lord because He has given me strength. He has given me joy. He has made me still young. Hallelujah. There are some who cannot be able to say good morning. So I thank the Lord and welcome this day. We want to ordain it to God. We want God to start with us. We want God to see us through. We are so many people, different ventures, optimal, many are business people. We are all together because this is how we shall stay in heaven. Bwana asifiwe. If we stay as friends and have fellowship, in heaven we shall find Mama Charity. Bwana asifiwe. Na ujui kama mimi nitakuwa niba yako, kwa hivyo ukiniona unibebe. Haleluya. Kama sani yangu nimemwona sasa hivi asubuhi na akanipatia mpaka cocktail, akaniambia mama enda mbele kwa sababu mama anaenda akizaa watoto wengi. So let us give thanks to God. Thank you for this far. Bwana, katika jina la Yesu Kristo, na kusujudu na kuhimidi na kuinua juu kwa sababu wewe ni mtakatifu wa watakatifu. Ni asante Baba kwa sababu ya asubuhi njema. Ni asante Baba kwa sababu ya kutupatia uhai. Ni asante Baba kwa sababu ya kutuzingira na damu yako takatifu. Ni asante kwa sababu tulipokuwa tumelala umetuamsha Mfalme. We know there are so many attackers during the night, dear Lord of glory. So it's not by mighty nor by power. It is not because of where you have come from, dear Lord. Imechukua na kugharimu mkono wako kuwa hapa asubuhi ya leo. Wengine wamekuja na magari ambayo yametengenezwa na mikono ya watu. Wengine walijaribu kuja na miguu ndio wafikie matatu. But dear Lord of glory, all of us are here. We glorify your name, Jehovah. This moment as we start together, dear Lord of glory, tukihimizana na kutiana moyo katika hii safari njema ya biashara na kuomba mtakatifu wa watakatifu utuongoze na wewe pamoja na sisi. We pray for thy Holy Spirit to be upon us, O Lord. We thank you for the nation of Kenya. We thank you for the freedom that you have given us, O Lord of glory. As the Lord of glory, we call for the campaign. Our prayer is just to be given a present who will give us, the Lord, the freedom to be sitting together as you have said this morning, O Lord. We bless you, we worship you. You are worthy, O dear Lord. You are awesome. There is no any other God like you. In heaven and on earth, dear Lord of glory, we exalt your name, Jehovah. Remember these dear young ones, O Lord of glory. You have given them vision, dear Lord of glory. You have, dear Lord of glory, fulfilled their dreams, O God. I pray that you take them far for the glory and honor of your name. I bless you. I worship you. I glorify your name. You are the Lord God Almighty. You are Jehovah Jireh. Hawakutembelea kumilia mashetani wawapatie matajiri. But dear Lord, they have walked, dear Lord of glory, by their own mighty, O Lord. and you have given and you have seen them do Jehovah. I bless you and worship you. Go ahead with them, dear Lord. Watakapofika kwenye nyika mfalme, wasiwahi kusahau ati ni wewe mkono wako umegharimu kuwafikisha hapa. Na ni katika jina la Baba, la Mwana na la Roho Mtakatifu nimeomba hata kuamini.
Amen.
Thank you, Jesus. Barikiweni sana.
Amen.
Asante sana, we may be seated. We can do better in appreciating our evangelists today. And thank you so much. So, mtumishi, napenda ukae karibu na mimi sana. I want us to break ice as we begin our program. And I want to give at least 2 minutes of fame to 2 people. Where's the team from Safaricom? Safaricom Investment? There. Your 2 minutes of fame start now. So utatueleza nyinyi ni kina nani, mmekuja vipi na dakika zenu mbili. Just to break ice as we get ready to begin the program. And it's okay, you don't have to come to the front. You can actually do it from your table. But karibu sana.
I wanted to come here because you are busy. Thank you so much. My name is Kader Ntula from Safaricom Investment. I just want to start by thanking Panari and the organizers of this event for giving us this opportunity to showcase what we have. And it also brings us together to share 1 or 2 things in terms of investment. And briefly, I just want to talk about what Safaricom Investment does, where we come from, and why we are here today. Safaricom Investment Cooperative was incorporated in 2009. It was started by members of Safaricom PLC, or other Safaricom staff, and they came together to pool resources so that they can impact on Kenyans who are interested in investing in homes, in real estate, and also in shares. So in short, what I'm trying to say is we started as a real estate firm and a share trading corporation. So we started in 2009, and our core business was actually bringing together investors, especially Safaricom staff. So after doing that for like 5 years, we realized that it was an idea that was very pregnant to the public, and we enrolled this investment to the public. So we invited people who are not Safaricom staff to come and put hands together with us so that we make this organization a great one. So around 2012, 2013, we started inviting the public, or other than Safaricom staff, so that they can also join us to make Safaricom Investment a great organization. So what do? We trade shares. We also do real estate. We buy land and also sell to the Kenyans who want to own homes. And how do we do shares? This is how we do. We sell our shares at 52.5 shillings per share. And for you to join Safaricom Investment, you need to buy at least 500 shares at 52.5 shillings. Then after buying, you become a fully or rather bona fide member who can enjoy a variety of products that we have, which include prepare fixed deposit. Prepare fixed deposit is a product which enables you to fix your amount for a certain period of time. Let's say from 6 months to 2 years, then you get your money back with some interest on it. Then, after you've also become a member, you are also able to enjoy a variety of benefits, like one, when you are purchasing land as a member with us, you are able to enjoy discounts. members will get up to 20% discount, from 5 to 20% depending on which project that we are talking about. What are these projects that we are talking about? We have a variety of projects. We have over 30 projects all over the country. Actually, we've invested almost all over Kenya. Mombasa, we have projects there. Malindi, we have projects in Kisumu, we have projects in Nanyuki, in Nairobi and the surroundings. We are also planning to have even projects in Nyahururu, Kitale, Migori, and all sorts of places in Kenya. So, what are some of our hot-cake projects that we are doing now? If you've been watching Citizen TV, if you've been watching Citizen TV, we have a project called Kibos Meadows. This is a project that is in Kisumu, and we launched phase 1 in December 27, and it only took 1 week, and this project was over 200 acres. Within 1 week, this project was done, and we had to relaunch another project, phase 2, which we launched last week. It only took 2 days. So that shows the value that we are actually getting for our clients, and the reason why the Safaricom investment is the place that you need to put your money. This is a trusted organization which we've actually done wonders to our clients. We've given them value for their money, and if you want to believe this, we are having a table there. You are welcome. During that bonding time, during that time to network, just visit us so that we can share with you more on what we are going to offer. Thank you so much, and hope that you are going to have a great day. Thank you.
So you have to pay me for the extra minutes that you have used. I had given you minutes, you used 20.
Down to my table.
If you can negotiate and give me shares. Let's appreciate Safaricom investments. Mutakataa to appreciate happening. I had seen someone from Mudokiju Paints. Are we here, Mudokiju? Anybody from Mudokiju? All right, moving on swiftly. Let me see who else I can give 2 minutes. Now, if you had only one opportunity to sell your business and the minute is now, take that minute. All right, that gentleman. That's how you grab opportunities, and then we will be happy to begin our program officially. And I'll request Mr. James from Panari, be ready. I'll call on you next. Carry on.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I want to welcome you. My name is Charles Mora from West Power Technologies Limited. Now, I want to do it differently because when we hear about Kenya Revenue Authority and collection of the taxes, so many things run in our mind. But today, I also want to confirm that the collecting of taxes is also very much biblical. If you take your Bible, you take Romans 1, Romans 13, chapter 1. I will read. I'm looking for the verse. West Power Technologies was incorporated back in 2007. We purely been developing and designing KRA products. Since then, we were selling the ETR, the Electronic Tax Register, initially. Come 2013, we developed what we used to call GPRS, kind of a connectivity with the system of Kenya Revenue Authority, but that was not sufficient enough. to support the process. In 2016, we had the VAT regulation to be changed so that now we could be able to do direct transmission as we carry out our business, the trader. So what we developed actually was the management tool to support the business. Because as we all know, we have a challenge in terms of the way we maintain our subsidiary books. This is how we carry out our sales and how we keep our records, how we do our purchases and how we keep them. Now, what the system is doing is capturing your data at the source. At the time of raising your invoice, that data is captured and transferred to the KRA server and is kept into your own portal. When you do purchase, it will be taking out your data, capture, transmit, and is also pushed to your portal. So when you open your portal, within a given month, you'll be able to see your total sales and your total purchases. And therefore, I don't want to look at it as a KRA issue, but I want to look at it as a management tool to support the traders to carry out their businesses. We have also realized that most of the business don't keep proper books of accounts. And therefore, it has become a challenge. When we were called to account our taxes, when we are called to manage our financial statement, and when even we are called to reconcile our own VAT ledger. So with that, the government has seen the need for them to come in with, through KRA to support the traders to carry out your businesses. Now I want to read the verse. It says, "Let everyone be subject to the governing authority, for there is no authority except that which God has established, and the authority that exists have been established by God. Consequently, whoever rebels against the authority is rebelling against what God has instituted. And those who do so will bring judgment on themselves." So with that remark, I know I will have another opportunity. We will meet. We have our stand outside there. We have the brochure, which some of them we have just kept on your table. And we will do presentation on how the system is going to help us to carry out our business more efficiently and more accurately, and to avoid the penalties and interest that are normally accruing by the manner in which we carry our business. Thank you all, and we'll meet again.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate our friend from Wipeout. Let's appreciate him better. Thank you so much. Moving on swiftly, mtumishi. Kumbusha sisi ile maneno tuko nayo mzuri. Leo kama siku ya Realtors Expo breakfast, na utuambie ni zawadi gani tutakuwa tukijishindia, ni wapi tunaweza enda kulala, na ni nini tunaweza kufanya tukiendelea. Na nikisema hivi, napenda kumkaribisha Bwana James kutoka Panari ajiandae, kwa sababu next yeye atakuwa anatuzungumzia.
Asante sana mwendeshaji mwenzangu, si ndio? Si tunaitwa hivyo, waendeshaji wa surface, si ndio? So now kuna voucher ya 2 nights, si ndio? Voucher ya 2 nights hapa Panari, 2 nights leo na kesho, alafu toke kesho kutwa, si ndio? Na hiyo utaipata tu wapi? Tupeani hivyo, utaipata ukinunua. Situongea watu wa Mungu, ukinunua ama guys, watu wa Mungu, utaipata hiyo voucher ukinunua hiyo nini? Magazine, si ndio? Na ukinunua hii magazine moja, mimi nakugonga voucher moja, si ndio? Na unaweza nunua zile unataka, si ndio? Alafu pia kutakuwa na grand prize. Kama order grand prize ya shamba, si ndio? You never know kama iko tu hapa nyuma, so nunua magazine yako na ununue voucher yako. Then kutakuwa na voucher ya 5,000 kutoka Fan City. Hiyo sasa hapo unaweza enda na familia, mwekeo ile mkwenda, vile nasema azini, unaweza enda na familia, mfurahie na mfanye nini, voucher worth 5,000. Sio? Watu wamemaliza kula. Haleluya, bado sawa tu, we understand. Haleluya, we understand you. Lakini kuna watu kutoka Central, Nyamira wamemaliza kula. So nataka hawa watu wenye wamemaliza kula wasimame dakika moja, muonyeshe kitu. na anaweza kuhusu alipe mtu vocha 2. Watu wamemaliza kukula? Turugame. Ni explainie huyu mwere atiriri. Adoria ni arari abatu. Kaene barua. Okay. Sawa. Watu wasimame kama kama unakula ni sawa tu, kama unaweza simama dakika moja ni sawa, because unajua unaweza simama na nikupe vocha. So angalia chakula na uangalie vocha. Vocha iko na shamba, iko na 2 nights at Panari na iko na vocha worth 5,000 pale Fan City, si ndio? Haya, wale wamesimama ni sawa, ni sawa. Haya, nataka tufanye inua tu mkono. Inua tu mkono. Najua mimi nashukuru Mungu saa zingine because nilifika tu class 4. Si ndio? Wai moko hiyo wega, chukua mkono mzuri. Mimi nilifika class 4 na hawa watu wote wameinua mikono, wengine tuko na madaktari, tuko na CEO. Mtu wa class 4. Huyo si Mungu. Anaambia madaktari wainue mkono. Haya, inua mikono yako 2 tu. Nataka tufanye hivi. Fanya bado. Tualie tuzungumze bado. Na wewe nakujua. Tukisoma na wewe. Wewe nakujua wewe. Tulisoma na wewe gazeti tiguo. Bado. Bas. Bado, bas. Twende. Bado, bas. Twende. Shout. Haraka. Bas. Guy, bas. Sinda kuuliza bas. Nikisema bas na yuko hapo wewe unasema kwenye iko, sawa? Sawa. So nikisema bas wewe inama, nionyeshe kwenye bas iko, sio? Bado. Bas. Bas ni korea. Twende bado. Nafanya hivyo huyo nani akijitayarisha ako ready? Bado. Bas, twende haraka. Bado. Bas. Bado. Bas. Bado. Jipigieni makofi, asante.
Alright, asante sana mtumishi, asante sana. So now, just to remind you that you could own a piece of land courtesy of certified homes for only 1,000 shillings. So if you've ever dreamt of ever owning property, this dream could be a reality today. Sema today. Courtesy of certified homes, and all you need to do is buy a copy of the Realtors Expo magazine going for only 1,000 shillings, and just like that you get to enter into a draw and you could be the lucky winner today of a plot. 1,000 shillings compared to a plot worth 500,000 shillings. That is very possible, courtesy of certified homes. I want to call on stage our host from Panari Resort, Mr. James. Tafadhali karibu ili tukaribishe rasmi hapa Panari ili sasa sisi tuanze mambo yetu rasmi. Tupigie Bwana James makofi, our host for this year's Realtors Breakfast. Karibu sana.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning. I just want to take this opportunity to welcome you to the Panari Resort. Nyahururu, you're very much welcome. Most of you have told me that this is your first time, but this is the place to be all the time, isn't it? I also want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for taking that initiative that they decided, and I'm very sure that you'll be able to deliver the expectations. So thank you very much. I also want to extend that appreciation because for quite a long time we've been going to Nanyuki, and I'm glad that this time we moved further to the west. Regards also to Waziri. At least now people have known Nanyuki for quite a long time, but I know they have a different experience in Nyahururu. So I think these guys were very optimistic on seasons because they choose to bring here on summer. But even on winter, we also have a different experience. So you're most welcome. I want to give you the geography of this place in the African way. Are we together? From these doors onto your right to the end, we have washroom there. So I think that is very important. So from the right of these doors to the end, you have the washroom there. Then the other thing is about the safety here. We can guarantee your safety within the property and within our premises. But once you get out of the gate, you're on your own. So when you're inside here, feel free and know that you're very, very secure. I also want to introduce our brand so that you may understand who your hosts are. Because Panari is a brand, and we have 3 properties. Our mother hotel is in Nairobi, along Mombasa Road. Those people who, I know most of you are from diaspora, including Mombasa. And when you are en route to Mombasa, you're just too close to the airport. We also have residents in Westlands, and we also have the Panari Resort, which is the youngest 5-star resort in the block. So that is us. The other thing I would like to mention is that we have a variety of activities which you can do while still with us. And those who spend with us, make sure that you explore all the areas in this hotel. And those who have come to visit us, you also invited to go around the property, have an experience so that you can also be able to pass the info about us. Without further ado, I wish to hand over back this mic to the MC. And feel free to walk around. If you want to be given a show around, you can just proceed down to the reception. We have designated people who will be showing you around and even show the different products that we have in the resort. I also want to mention too that we have the Wi-Fi. I've had some people asking for the password. The username is Panari, small p, and the password is @panari.resort. Okay? Read it again. Username Panari, password @panari.resort. So thank you very much. You are most welcome.
Asante. Let's appreciate Mr. James. Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to humbly request our sound technicians to help us and give us the best of sound that we can get. So the sound technicians kindly help us get the best sound as best as possible. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I want to let you know that our guests, our speakers for the day are here with us. And I just want to recognize them as we appreciate them. We have with us from Lapset, we have with us Mr. Benson Thoita. Let's appreciate Mr. Thoita from the Lapset. Also with us is the CEO of Dogivi, Madam Nyahururu is with us. Let's appreciate Nyahururu. Asante sana. Also from Graceland Schools, we also have with us Madam Grace Mwaura. Let's appreciate her. Asante sana. We also have from the county government of Laikipia, and the man I'd love to call on stage to officially open this breakfast. Ladies and gentlemen, Mheshimiwa Waziri wa Trade hapa kwetu county ya Laikipia, Waziri Biwot. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Waziri as he also comes on stage to officially open this breakfast. Karibu sana Waziri. Tunaweza ongeza Waziri makofi.
Wow. I'm impressed by the turnout. Tujipige makofi. For those maybe you have not met, though I've been a friend to the Realtors Expo, preparation and eventual expo, I am Biwot Tirop, the county CC of Trade, Tourism, Cooperative and Creative Economy. And I'm pleased today to be part of this breakfast and also to grace the official opening of this event. Laikipia have been in the same position for the last 4.5 years. I have seen growth of trade and investment in Laikipia, because for sure we have provided a conducive working environment for our businesses. In 2017, we had 14,000 formal businesses in Laikipia. That number has grown to 23,000 as at 31st December 2021. To the beginning. From that number, we have also seen revenue that we collect has grown from 463 million, that was in the year 2016-2017, to last year, the year ending 30th June 2021, we had collected, or we have raised that amount to 840 million, almost 100%. I'm saying this because I know government does not do businesses. Those taxes came from this house and the investment around our great county of Laikipia. So when we promote private entities, private enterprises, at the end of the day, our basket will have something to take home. So I'm here today to tell you that any assistance you might require from the county government, we are here to present. Other organizations wamestuka kuniona because I never said or confirmed I'm coming. But the moment I was sent the program, nilisema nitatokea tu kama mwizi. Now that is what I've done. Because my work is to promote, to market, and attract new investors and maintain the one we have here. In addition, the county government has managed to improve several towns, and I know majority of you can attest to this fact. Nyahururu now, you can walk with slippers. A town down here, 15 kilometers from here, Jeffrey, there's a very good work coming up. Lunguti is done and dusted. I know majority of you, tunasikia wanasema 15 minutes drive from Lunguti. Lakini ukienda kuangalia where the land is, it is nearer to Mara town than to Lunguti town. So they like associating with Lunguti town, not the other end, because of the massive work we have done there. As you do your business in land, I want to assure you that in terms of approvals and everything, we'll work in hand so that it does not delay you or maybe your clients in getting those critical land documents. Those remarks, I want now to tell you again that Laikipia is also good in tourism. The host, I think, has alluded to that. The east side of Laikipia West, we are also good in tourism facilities. Down here, for those who are new today, I know the water levels are a little bit down, but we have a 74-feet waterfall across the fence. And if you are generous enough to share some information with the scouts there, they'll tell you elephant maternity is some 2 kilometers inside. So anytime elephant think like giving birth in Mefika, they usually give birth at a specific location here at South Marmaret. Therefore, we have so much to give here. Not to forget that Nyahururu offers the high altitude for training. We know Samuel Wanjiru came from here because the climate and the altitude is very good. So you can use that as an appetizer to attract people to buy land on this end. Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Asante, let's appreciate Waziri Beta. Karibu sana Waziri Biwot, and asante sana. You know, oftentimes we normally reserve the best for last. And I'm happy to also let you know that one of our guests also is in the house, the Executive Director of the Samburu Girl Foundation, Dr. Josephine Kulea, is also with us. Let's appreciate Daktari. Karibu sana Daktari. And she'll also have time to also make a presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you allow me, please, I humbly want to invite on stage the COO of the Realtors Expo, Mr. Joseph Njuguna, to make his presentation. Let's appreciate Mr. Njuguna as he comes on stage to make his presentation. Karibu sana, COO.
Good morning. I'm Jambo. All protocols observed. Mheshimiwa Biwat, the speakers, and everybody that is around here. I'm Jambo tena. You're already bored and it's 10. Eh? Don't I look good for you? Eh? So my job is simple. I didn't have a presentation, but mine is simple. Number one, to welcome you to the tray breakfast at 5. I double up as many things. I would not say further, but I will say for Trey, I'm the Chief Operating Officer. And again, for one of our platinum sponsors, again, I happen to be their Chief Operations Officer for Madam Nisiri. So, without further ado, mine is to tell you about a little bit about the Realtors Expo. This is a brand name that we have carried around for 5 years. It is a baby of a company called PRH Marketing, whose 3 main goals are brand visibility. So we are very keen on the people that we bring on board as many people as we can and show them to the world. So that is why you're here. Then there is the other end of business mentorship and training. We are very keen on SMEs, growing them to different levels. I believe that is why we have startups here and people who have companies that are as old as Safaricom, Finsco, Kanyoro Properties, etc. Thirdly, we usually do what we call research and development. So if you're trying to set up shop in Laikipia, we are your go-to guys. So we will tell you, wachana na hiyo shamba umeambiwa mafuta, enda pande hii. Hapo sawa? So those are the key tenements of us as trade. Then everything culminates to something. So other than eating today morning, we will have what we call the expo. We run an expo that brings on board very many people. Last year we had over 20,000 people gathering at the Cedar Mall in Nanyuki. So we decided that even this is not a Mount Kenya thing, so we are bringing on board as many people as we can, so that we can get also the government here on the ground. So all these, our 5 thematic areas where Expo at 5 is looking at, we're looking at physical and land use planning. So here we are talking about the legal and policy frameworks. Then we'll be talking about conservation and wildlife. When we talk about Mount Kenya, Laikipia, Nyandarua, there is the matter of tourism. So we'll be very eager on conservation of wildlife. Then I'm happy that Graceland is represented. We are talking about education in St. Christopher, where we are saying at the end of the day and at the tail end, we would want skills development and local content. Then again, we are talking about an industry that has been underwater, the one that Nyambura will be talking about, cottage industries. These are the people who are producing the soaps in Okokwa bedroom, the cakes up or kitchen. So we are looking at these people and how they can loop into the whole economy. And lastly, women in business. Trade is a 2-man entity, but at least now this year we have a lady. So we are continuously increasing on the gender balance. So we are very keen on women in business. So if you are here and you're a woman, I would like to hear the ideas you have, the ideas how we can walk with you the path. Then at the tail end, again, we see how we can grow together as partners. The Realtors, as the name suggests, it started out as something that was just for real estate, but now we have everybody on board because we are looking at PRH enterprises going global and supporting SMEs internationally. So kwa hayo machache, karibuni tena, nashukuru.
Asante, let's appreciate Mr. Njuguna again. Najua, when he asked if he doesn't look good for us, I heard the ladies say, "Oh," and they have done it again, Mr. Joseph. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to keep recognizing our guests as they come in. And from the Kenya Wildlife Service, we have with us Mr. Gabriel Kion. He's with us. Let's appreciate Mr. Gabriel, if you could just wave to us. Asante sana. And also from Fisco Africa, with us is Mr. John Mwaura, the CEO. Let's appreciate Mr. John. Asante sana. Karibu sana. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard from the CEO the thematic areas that we're focusing on this year. And without further ado, I want to welcome our first speaker, who will talk about the physical and land use planning for the Lapsset Corridor. And ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome on stage Mr. Benson Thoita, who's the head of corporate affairs LCD. Karibu, tupige makofi mazuri. Karibu sana.
A very good morning to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, CEC, Laikipia County. I'm very excited to be here today. And I think other than me and the Kenya Wildlife Service, I don't know whether there's any other government representative from the national government. So I'm excited to be in a room full of the private sector. As we've heard, you're the drivers of the economy, and our work is to facilitate you to be able to do business. And I'm also excited to do a small presentation on the Lapsset Corridor. I'm sure many of you have heard of it. You can allow me to go a bit into depth so that you can understand the opportunities that are available for the private sector here in real estate and in many other sectors. I am also with my colleague from the strategy department, who's also my colleague in Lapsset. So this is just an overview of the Lapsset Corridor. And the Lapsset stands for Lamu Port, Southern Sudan, and Ethiopia Transport Corridor. And this is a corridor project which was now this is a project which it was commissioned by the three heads of states. This is President Salva Kiir for South Sudan, the late Meles Zenawi for Ethiopia, and our former President Mwai Kibaki in Lamu. And the vision was that Kenya has only depended on one corridor, which is a northern corridor, which is somewhere towards the south of Kenya. And if you look at this corridor, this is where all investments and all trade, most of them have taken place. So you look at rural to urban migration, northern corridor. You look at the capital city, where the businesses hubs are, the northern corridor. This is from the port of Mombasa, going all the way Nakuru, Naivasha, Kisumu, Malaba, and to the Great Lakes region. All the countries in the Great Lakes region. Therefore, all concentration of government efforts were towards this side. And as a result, these other areas, the northern frontiers, what we used to call the arid and semi-arid areas, they became neglected. And that's where we had conversations of upande sio Kenya, when they come to Nairobi they say tunakuja Kenya. And so now under the Vision 2030 strategy, which began during the period of former President Kibaki, Lapsset became a key enabler of the country. And the main purpose was to make sure there's equitable distribution of resources for all Kenyans. Therefore now, the second most strategic corridor was initiated 10 years ago by the three heads of states. Now the projects which the Lapsset Corridor project has at the port of Lamu, we have highways which are about 2,000 kilometers connecting the port of Lamu to Ethiopia and South Sudan. We also have crude and product oil pipelines. Kenya discovered its own crude oil somewhere in Turkana, about 700 million barrels of oil. We also have the railway project, which is a long-term project. And other projects, we have fiber connectivity, resort cities, in Isiolo, Lamu, and the Turkana region, fiber optic connectivity, and also a hydrant falls dam, which will be able to manage power and water distribution when we anticipate the population growth in these areas. Let's go next. And from this map, we'll be able to demonstrate to you exactly how the LAPSET corridor is configured. The LAPSET corridor has a corridor we call the inner corridor, which is 500 meters wide. It cuts across 7 counties, as you can see: Lamu, Garissa, we go to Isiolo, we go to Meru, there's Samburu, there's Marsabit, there's Turkana County. And this corridor is what will have the railway, the crude oil pipeline, and also the highway. But over and above the inner corridor, we have the economic corridor, which is 100 kilometers on either side of the main corridor, which together with the county government, we are supposed to do economic planning and land use planning, so that we can ensure that now the investments, the industries, and all the opportunities there can be able to grow in a sustained manner all the way up to a century plus. And this is just a picture of when the port was commissioned, when the project was commissioned in 2nd March. You can see the 3 heads of state. Let's go next. And then now I want to talk about, the geopolitics of this region. You can see combined, the reason we have Uganda is because at some point they also wanted to have a crude oil pipeline feeding into the project which we are doing. You have a population of about 300 million, and you can see the combined GDP would be somewhere about $200 billion US dollars. And if we were supposed to operate in one common market, these combined figures would make the LAPSET corridor very much attractive even to all the foreign investors and the economic growth for all the people. Go next. One thing that I would also want to point out is the bigger picture of LAPSET. When you look at Africa as a continent right now, Africa wants to integrate. We call it Pan-Africanism. We want to have open borders for trade. We also want to have free movement of people across all the African countries. Under the African Union, the LAPSET project has been recognized as one of the initiatives which are called Presidential Infrastructure Championship initiatives, which are high-level projects that receive support from the AU because they are seen to be able to integrate Africa under the Agenda 2063 of the AU. And if you look at the modern highways in Africa, it's about 37,000. We are trying to connect the railways 30,000, the port added capacity to up to 1.3 billion tons in Africa. So this is the bigger picture which Africa has. We've heard of the African Continental Free Trade Area, elimination of tariff and non-tariff barriers, harmonization of different standards, whether monetary or policy standards, because it's time now Africa came together as one and to operate just the way the EU operates or other continents operate. As much as we have borders which were defined for us, they have kind of limited us. But it's time now for us to open up the borders, to industrialize, to extract all our natural resources, add some value, and begin to trade with the world. Intra-Africa trade is about 17% compared to other continents which range between 50 and 60%. And this is because of no infrastructure, or poor education, and such like things, which now is time to eliminate. So you keep checking on what Africa is doing. We are part of that process, and we are hoping by 2063 we will be the ones doing the 5th industrial revolution. We can go next. The next slide is just a representation of it's just a representation of the bigger picture of the LAPSET corridor integrating Africa. It's a port-to-port connection. I've talked about the corridor in Kenyan part is going to Ethiopia all the way to Addis Ababa through Hawassa, going to South Sudan, and we also anticipate to have a land bridge connecting the east coast to the west coast, so that all the natural resources from the West Africa can be able to have, a corridor that can be able to export them to the global industrial hub, maybe China. Currently, as we speak now in Africa, for you to be able to trade with West Africa, you have to use the Cape and you have to use a ship because there's no infrastructure there So commodities coming from Europe find themselves in West Africa at a much cheaper price. So there's a big problem which through infrastructure we are trying to address. Let's go next. Now I want to talk briefly about the projects one by one. Let me now give you a brief about the Lapset Corridor Developments Fund to be able to manage this huge project. The work is to plan, to coordinate, and to sequence these projects together with all implementing agencies like Kenya Ports Authority, Kenya Highways Authority, Kenya Railways Authority, Kenya Airports. We are the body which coordinates. We provide leadership and direction and guidance. We sequence these projects to make sure that they meet the timelines, and of course mobilization of funds through different forms of fund allocation into the projects, and of course others like building capacity for the corridor towns, which we anticipate to grow. Like all the towns in this region are definitely going to grow, and there is need for us in the county governments to sit and to manage the growth of these towns, so that we don't see the issue that we see in the northern corridor. You build a railway, there are slums. You build a road, it is grabbed. Now we need to do very proper planning up to the global standards, and of course providing a forum for all stakeholders. We can go next. This is the Port of Lamu. I'm sure many of you have seen it. Government has invested about 50 billion into the development of this project. It is complete, it is ready. These are the first 3 berths. One berth is about 400 meters wide, so the 3 berths are 1.2 kilometers, and they're anticipated to be 32 berths, which are to be developed by the private sector. But just these 3 berths, they're almost the same size as Mombasa Port, if not bigger. And it has a depth of about 17.5 meters, meaning that the biggest vessels are able to come and dock into this port. It is the biggest port in Eastern Africa, and as it grows even in Africa, it will be the biggest port, maybe second to the port of Durban. It was commissioned in 20th May 2021, and it has begun to do business, especially transshipment, where larger vessels will come and offload cargo and serving other Eastern African islands like Zanzibar, Madagascar, and the likes. We of course are now doing a motor vehicle free port area, so we want all the motor vehicles that people buy from China to be able to come into this port, and you can be able to come, touch, fill your vehicle, and when you want to purchase it, then you proceed and clear with customs. So this is a very huge project, and this is a project that is going to open up this entire region. Now it is going to become the most strategic corridor. Let's go next. In terms of timelines, this project began in 2015. We did our contract in 2016. We gave it to China Construction Communication Company, and you can see the operation of the first berth began last year in 2021, and of course we are continuing to develop the additional berths. The reason why government is doing this is because we want to incentivize this corridor. We are also taking risks, and when we take risks, the private sector is looking, and they will also come and follow with the investments. Let's go next. Of course, that is the container terminal, agri-bulk terminal. We are planning a crude oil, offshore terminal. And now we want to develop the Lamu Special Economic Zone. We want to develop these special economic zones because we know they will accelerate industrialization. For example, we were doing our studies and we found that tuna, which is unexploited, the tuna fish, can be able to generate about 60 billion annually into the economy. But currently, when you look at the people, they do small-scale fishing, and this business is being taken over by foreign vessels that are doing fishing. So we want to develop a special economic zone where we can be able to have a fish port, and the potential is about 300,000 metric tons of fish to be processed and exported to the world. You also have cotton processing, which is very rich in that area. horticulture, which is very rich in that area. We also have livestock, which currently right now we are seeing how we can be able to do live exportation of animals all the way up to the Middle East. And just because it is in Lamu is because it has quick access to the port and quick access to international markets. But the business will come from here when we're talking of livestock or horticultural products. And all the county governments that are also able to invest in the private sector are welcome to register their interest in being able to do some developments in that special economic zone. Currently, detailed master plannings are going on, and then we lay the critical infrastructure and we can be able to proceed with it. So of course I explained about, I'm sorry, I think the computer is a bit slow. Let's go next. Those are the economic opportunities we were talking about. Next. So the SEZs operate in a way where there are very many incentives. You can get tax breaks. You can be allowed to operate for quite a number of years, enjoying various number of incentives that we are preparing for the private sector. The iron and steel industry, the cement industry, food and beverage industry, the vehicle-free zone, the apparel industry, the petrochemical industries are just some of the things we're identifying in our studies are good potential for this entire corridor to benefit in that area. This is of course the Lamu Port City. These are now the futuristic plans which we have in about 1,200 kilometers squared. Lamu is the future port city. It is not going to be that quiet island which is in the periphery of the economy, but now it is going to become the main hub. And already we are seeing population influx. There are very many interests. People are moving to Lamu to see what kind of opportunities they can have when you have such a major port. Even housing, commercial housing, industrial, residential, all of that is coming up. The value of land is growing. So these are the plans which we are trying to do right now to be able to manage those interests. Next. I spoke about the LAPSIT corridor highways. Highways are very important. They provide access to markets and the movement of people. They also create some form of security and peace for people, and we can be able to see developments which come up in that region. I won't go into the details, but we can share this presentation with you. But I said we have about 2,000 kilometers of road which we need to develop connecting to all the countries. And we have done a considerable good amount of work. Let's go next. These are just some pictures we want to show you, like the Lokicha, Nakodok Road. This road is supposed to begin from Isiolo to Lokicha, then to Nakodok. We began with the Lokicha and Nakodok section, and that section currently is complete. Show them some more photos next. That is the way the road looks. If you've been in these areas before, there was no infrastructure like this, but now we are able to see some sort of security coming up, and towns are beginning to emerge. Let's go next. Then this is the Isiolo-Moyale highway. It's 505 kilometers. You know this road, before you take 3 days, if you are coming maybe from Nairobi going to Isiolo, there was no transport. You would need to use trucks which had cattle inside, and you had to find some space. There was of course insecurity. There was the shifter issue who took advantage of poor infrastructure. But now this place has completely changed because of this road. Communities that would fight, we see them trading together. We are seeing towns beginning to emerge. And we are seeing tourists now being able to traverse this area and enjoy many of the tourism attractive facilities in this area, simply because of putting up a road. This road terminates in Moyale. That is the one-stop border post, which was commissioned by the 2 presidents in 2020. And of course, this one-stop border post now integrates Kenya to Ethiopia, which has a huge population of about 115 million. And we can now be able to trade with them. Kenya, this region, can be able to look at that population and see how to penetrate it, just the way Safaricom has done. So that is one, the one-stop border post. There is integration of ICT so that the two border posts can be able to communicate well and to have efficient movement of trucks quickly in and out of the country. And that is a good achievement because we've been friends with Ethiopia for so long but never really did meaningful trade. But now we'll be able to see the benefits of trading with such a neighboring country. Then there's a crude oil pipeline. I won't go much into details, but of course we discovered about 700 million barrels of oil. A lot of planning has been done, technical studies called front-end engineering design studies. They were complete. Environmental social impact assessments were also done and were complete, and NEMA has of course awarded the license, and now the investors in that project want to make a final investment decision on the viability so that they can be able to, to do a contract for the construction of the actual pipeline. Then when that happens, of course, Kenya will become an exporter. Of course, we'll inject more money into the economy, and we can be able to see the county benefit, the national government benefit, which would translate to the people also benefiting from such a growth into the economy. That is the map. Again, it is going to cut across the 7 counties I had previously mentioned. Then we have the railway. It's also a future plan which we do have, just to make sure that over and above the road, railway is always seen as the most efficient way of transporting cargo from the port through the corridor up to the other ports of Africa. Next. We've talked about international airports. Those are the figures. There's the Lamu International Airport, which is a future project. Lamu currently served by Manda Airport. We have the Isiolo Airport, which was completed in 2017. About 125,000 passenger potential in the terminal areas, and also another one in Turkana. Next. That's just a picture of Isiolo Airport. Currently, upgrading works are ongoing to the runway. We want to put some street lights. We want to put some cargo facilities, some hangars, and some improvement works on the aprons so that we can be able to attract the kind of demand this airport is able to meet. That is the resort cities. Those are future plans. One is in Kulamau, in Isiolo, around Lake Turkana, and also in Lamu. Next. Another plan is the High Grand Falls Multipurpose Dam project. We want to inject about 1,000 megawatts of power. We also want to make sure that there is water provision downstream. It will be somewhere in River Tana so that we can be able to do irrigation and also find a way of providing water to the people downstream, especially in the future when that population grows, they will need water. Next. Now in terms of land, you can see we are currently doing what we call land acquisition and compensation. And you can see in the inner corridor for Lamu, in square kilometers, it's about that much, 5,200. There's Garissa, there's Tana River, Meru, Isiolo, Laikipia is about 700. There's Samburu, Marsabit, the West Pokot area, and Turkana. That is about 120. That was about 158,700 square kilometers of land, which of course we need to develop together with the counties. Let's go next. Those are the dimensions. I won't go deep into the details, but you can see that in terms of land, the requirements are extremely huge. And this is one of the major activities that we are undertaking to see how we can acquire the land and come up with a compensation framework. We have community lands, registered, non-registered lands, personal lands, and we are almost now at the tail end of acquiring those lands. We did follow the law, the gazettement process, the intentions to inquire. We've done the valuation, inspection, we've done the survey, we've registered the people who are to be affected, and now we are going back to the ground to have a conversation with them and the counties on how to do the compensation. Let's go next. So in terms of the growth, as I had mentioned, these are the towns right from Lamu, Isiolo, Garissa, all the way up to Moyale and Turkana are the potential growth areas. Now, briefly, I just want to talk about the benefits to the Mount Kenya region. One of the benefits is livestock. We see commercialization of the livestock sector. We plan on setting up, there's actually a marshalling yard currently at the Port of Lamu. It should be about 90% now. And this is a pre-export quarantine facility. There's one in Bargoni, and this is to help in the exploitation of live animals. We have, of course, resource-based conflicts around this area, which make the area a bit insecure. This is because of, the droughts which come, and the losses which come, and, the minimal resources that are there. And then you find livestock entering maybe into private ranches, and we think that the pastoral lifestyle might need to change, and this industry might need to be commercialized so that we can avoid these losses and we can empower the people to be integrated into the mainstream economy, and so that now we can be able to do value addition, even processing of leather and all animal products, and begin exporting. Actually, the Lapset corridor is a livestock basin all the way from the southern part of South Sudan, Ethiopia, and the northern parts of Kenya. Livestock is a very huge industry, and I think it has just been following the traditional ways of livestock keeping, and now because of climate change, global warming, scarcity of resources, there are conflicts. And when there are conflicts, nobody would even want to set up infrastructure. When we hear in the news or the international community hears that there are some raids, nobody wants to come and develop, and it takes a very long time for anybody to be interested in settling in such areas. So if you're able to increase the potential of the livestock sector, then I think even the real estate will be able to benefit, and people will find these areas much better to settle. We also have a transport and logistics sector. Nanyuki has done a good job for itself. It's one of the major towns around this area. In Isiolo is where the road divides, one to South Sudan and another to Ethiopia. We're seeing shipping lines, clearing and forwarding agencies registering a lot of interest to begin to settle in this corridor. So I'm seeing Nanyuki being a place where you would need to set up warehousing facilities, transport and logistics facilities, commercial facilities to house offices. You also know that the Nanyuki railway line will be able to bring in cargo, which is bound for Ethiopia. And Kenya Railways is planning on having an internal container depot. Then cargo will be put on trucks currently and go all the way to Ethiopia. So this is a logistical point, which one would, if you want to talk about investment, that is an area you need to be keen on, because there's that demand which is growing. Of course, the other is the tourism sector. You know, the Lapset corridor cuts through tourism circuits. We have the central, we have the eastern, and we have also the coastal tourism circuits. And combined, we are giving a rich experience to the tourists to enjoy the coastal tourism, the cultural tourism in Lamu, the game and the safaris in this region, and the archaeological tourism, which is in Turkana. We're also trying to reintroduce cruise tourism, where maybe in a year we can bring about 6,000 tourists, and not just in the coastal regions, but we want to bring them all the way through the entire corridor, because we're connected by air. Manda Airport, Isiolo Airport, or the Nanyuki Airport, all the way to the Turkana Airport, and have group safaris and fill the hotels with tourists. And when they enjoy, they can go back to the vessel and go to another destination, maybe Zanzibar. Again, we are talking about having free movement of tourists between Kenya and Ethiopia, which of course will be expanding the package of tourism. We want to do heavy marketing together with Magical Kenya, and we want to make sure that this corridor is not every time Christmas, Mombasa, Easter, Naivasha, Valentine's, Nakuru, just the northern corridor, but there's a lot now. We want to shift traffic into this corridor. So once those numbers grow, of course, it will give investors in the real estate confidence to put up Airbnbs, additional hotels, and facilities. We want to make this a tourism hub, and the Lapset corridor is able to do that. Finally, there's of course horticulture, the flowers in the Timor region, the improvement works that are ongoing in Isiolo Airport. We anticipate now to have flowers being exported through that airport. Currently, they use JKIA. If you can reduce their costs in in traveling all the way to Nairobi, and they can ship to Europe directly through the port of the Isiolo Airport, which is also highly incentivized, then you can be able to see more profits, which will translate into more revenues, and of course, the town will be able to grow as a result of this. These are just a few of the economic opportunities I saw in the Mount Kenya region. Of course, just look at the Northern Corridor, the way it developed. That's exactly the same way the Lapsed Corridor will develop. And if we have taken these risks, we've invested about 157 billion in all these projects, including the roads. I think government has shown its commitment, and now it is also up to the private sector to come and participate in these calculated risks and begin to build, begin to set up your businesses here, and begin to grow so that this corridor can be able to perform. I think one of the things we may need to discuss both with the county government are issues to do with tax reliefs. We've been able to do an economic mapping of this corridor, and we see many of the industries coming up are SMEs. Their major issues were things to do with taxes, and they need that kind of incentive to give this corridor an opportunity to compete with the rest. Those are some of the issues we are definitely looking at. We're also looking at having common policies, other softer issues, not as even to do with education. We want to see people now having skilled competencies to be able to do the kind of work which we are doing. When we talk about the crude oil pipeline, we need those experts. The railways, we need those experts. We've heard of the cottage industry. We need those kind of experts. And I'm happy Kenya began to do the whole TVET courses to introduce these technical skills, which now is what the market is looking for. We also are talking about proper land use. Whenever we did our land use, we were very sensitive to environmental sensitive areas, migratory routes of animals, water catchment areas. Like in Lamu, we've kept off many of these areas. And now, because of climate change, desertification, and such like things which humans contributed to, the Lapsed Corridor is also keen on being a green corridor to introduce renewable energy into the project, so that will play the role of sustainability of the project. Sorry to take much of your time, but the project is quite huge. There's a lot more probably we can discuss with you, but for now, asanteni sana. Yeah.
All right, thank you. We can again. Well, clear presentation there. It is that lie within the Lapsed, the corridor. So please, I also knew that would get. So I want to let you know that we can ask questions. So if there's anything that you'd love clarification on, please reserve your question. We will give a short Q&A first, but also to let you know that we'll also have a panel discussion. So we will go deeper. It is just getting started right now. When Waziri opened for us, he talked about the steps the county government has taken, especially here in Laikipia, to make sure that business, especially within that space of real estate, is seamless. But the question is, how well then do counties attain sustainable development or also attain efficiency or effectiveness through legal framework, policy frameworks, through or for spatial planning? So please, ladies and gentlemen, Finsco Africa, help me invite on stage Mr. John Waura. Let's appreciate him as he comes. Huyu nitamwombea makofi tu from Finsco Africa. Karibu sana.
Amjambo. Padei amjambo. Wananchi wa Zaledo amjambo. Padei amjambo. Hawa watu ni kukula wajakula ama wanafikiria ama niyo kitu ya Lapsed mwasibua kichwa sana. That gentleman has really spoken the might of this country. If you are very keen to what that gentleman who just sat down, he was speaking the might of this country. He was speaking what us we should be thinking as realtors. Here we are talking about a breakfast to discuss what are the opportunities that are there in real estate. When I see Modokiju, are they only thinking about cement and paint? Or what are thinking how we can do some business with them? Probably Modokiju is going to become one of the biggest cement producer. I'm just saying as an example, because that's how I'm seeing things. When you see our friends here, nimeona mpaka our good friend the Ashuri's people, they are here at Optiven. When you see them, you see now what are they seeing? Are they seeing plots selling and doing some whatever service plots, or they're seeing how they can become part and parcel of changing the policy of this country, so that at least these challenges of having illegalities on matters like, and there's some people making noise there. Hey, excuse me, the people who are standing there, you're making a lot of noise. You're whispering so loudly. So what are we seeing? That is why we are here. So if we are here and not go this, just blame yourself. When you go back to your company, what you tell them that you learned? That I got some leads. Hapo, naona kama tuliza plot tano. If you came here to sell plots, that is not the agenda for this meeting. So even our people from Pisco, I was saying them, we are here to interact. We are here to network. We are here to learn. How are we going to change the atmosphere of real estate? You people, you know, real estate has been so much affected by funny characters. People have really sector. And not because of greed. People are not honest. People are not honest with people's money. Unapatiwa pesa hapa, unazikua na yako na watoto na girlfriends. Kasa unakupatia pesa ya project, unapeleka because you're very greedy. You want to go in another project and you go, my friend, that is not how we are going to work in the real estate sector. That is how we are destroying our economy. Real estate, from the reports that we have, talk about we are somewhere between 7 to 8% of our GDP. Our GDP is operating between $100 billion. But I believe we should be having a GDP of over 500 billion. If we see the focus, literally, if we see the focus of LAPSET project, why are we talking about LAPSET when we are here? My fellow Kenyans, ladies and gentlemen, that young man who was here, if you just saw a young man who was just talking about this and that and this one and that, if you didn't get to what you're discussing, let's just what that mtu amekuja hapa amesema hii imekuwa technical. Sio technical. It's a reality. If you take things in a pedestrian way, my friend, you sit talking about how boda should be given the government. Because you think in a pedestrian way, ati tutakupatia serikali wewe usijani. Wewe ndio utakuwa minister wa hii. Minister waziri wako wapi? Wewe ndio utakuwa waziri. Na huyu ni mtu kama kanga kitu kingine hapo. Ama tuna promise vitu zingine hazieleweki. You people who are here and you are realtors, let's be real. Let us be honest with this country. Let us be honest with this country. Let's be honest to ourselves. For us to change the Republic of Kenya, and I want to simplify what this gentleman was saying, in a marketer, Ukiangalia Afrika vizuri, assume this thing is Africa. Hii ndio Africa wale walisema JC. Na wale ambao ni wa 500 bucks. Iko itakuwa social. Hiyo. Wale mlisoma JC kama mimi ama in secondary school. Juu kwa map pale kuna Egypt, Suez Canal pande hii. Na pale chini kuna South Africa pale chini. Nataka unielewe vizuri sana. Pale chini kuna South Africa, juu kuna we have only two serious ports in Africa. Two serious ports in Africa that ships can dock. Huko juu Alexandria na huko Durban, South Africa. You can imagine if this is Egypt. Si hapa tuko like in equator, and you remember very well, it has got about 500,000 people who are living here. Watu walikauntiwa kwa sensa zile tulifanya juzi, ilikuwa 518. I don't know what happened. This is the only county whereby ukiangalia male and the gender, the male and women equal. In fact, men are more than women in Laikipia County. Men are more than. In fact, about, from that one, if you look at this, it's about 258,440 men. If you look at women, 259,000, about 104. So kuna wanaume kitu kama 100 fulani hivi wengi kuliko wanawake. So acha tuangalie maneno. So what I'm saying, if you're talking about equator hapa katikati, then Asia iko pande hii. Japan, China, and all other countries that is huko. And remember, we are related to those countries. Kenya is a net importer. But every 1 shilling we export, we import 3. That's a challenge you have as a country. Knowledge. You cannot sell what you don't know. Unakuja, unanunua wote na ilikuwa ya wizi. That is number 1. Have knowledge. 2, you must have intelligence on what is happening. Ground kunaenda namna gani? You must be ready. What is happening on the ground? Intelligence on what is happening. You are a drunkard. Walikosana na bibi yake na something you should have prevented. But because you're in hurry to take commissions, there you are. you take anything. Later, let's change that. And the final one is the most important one, is what you call integrity. And that's what I would like us to discuss as I talk about the small thing I have for you here. Integrity. Watu wakuwe na adabu. Watu walile faith tukuwe na pesa ya Amen. Tumesema watu pesa wacha kukula soma. Try the new account. Don't mix project money. Don't mix. Go and tell your bosses, don't mix project money. If you have 3 projects, open 3 different accounts. Something can come in one project. Don't see all the money and all of a sudden become mesmerized. Oh, this is the money. It's not yours. You have been trusted by someone. You want to eat that money. Tafadhalini watu wenu, watu na madada, let us not eat customers' money. Wacha tukuwe watu waaminifu. Let's be faithful in people's money. When you become faithful, no, anybody can give you anything. That is what 10% deposit. Because unaona kama they're supposed to be giving us also aduza and already pesa. But now you want to sell and okay. For today, I'll just take few. My name is Salwana and I see Office Africa. And I didn't come alone. I came with my directors, at least few of them. At Fisco Africa, we are at Deposition Industrial Park, right opposite Sparmore. Sparmore, if you know Sparmore, right opposite Sparmore, Thika Road. There we are, 2nd floor. That is our executive office. Then down, ground floor is a sales office. Then we have another office in Upper Hill, at Nacho Plaza. From our structure, we have directors, and I have with them, some of them here. I wish to ask them to start. My directors, yeah, you can see them, wonderful team. The one is here with the specs, that is Abigail, can wave to the people. Abigail is the director in charge of customer service and communication. And our wonderful lady there. I also came with our executive director, Madam Betty. Please say hi to these wonderful people. Tulimtoa mambo zingine hakuwa mambo ya real estate, lakini sasa imemwingia. Sasa she is Madam Betty. We have also our finance director, Madam Caroline, can wave to the people. And finally we have Professor Karanja. Professor Karanja is our director in charge of sales. Daktari, salimia watu wetu. We have 2 more other directors who are not here, and other managers. Team is made up of about 420 people. We have a staff about 420. Yeah, we have some few products that we have, joint venture. There you are. You have your big land somewhere. Hiyo jeshi unasikia 420. Tatusaidia kuuza hapa na pale. We can work, we can partner with you on your project and agree how we are going to share. If you are honest. If you are honest with people's money, come, we work together with you. We can partner. We have partnered with others. We have 2 partners that we have. One of them is National Cooperative Housing Union. We are doing with them, together with them. I think it's a project that you know, you guys, Riverine Project in Ruiru. So we are the project managers. I'm the CEO of that project. Riverine Project in Ruiru, 428 acres. You can Google more on it on Fisco Africa. Go to our website, fiscoafrica.com. We have another project we are calling Legacy Regis. I'm the CEO of Fisco, of Legacy. Legacy iko tu hapa city, Tatu City, opposite Tatu City. We are doing some 4,800 units there. We did the groundbreaking recently. I can see some of you came, and tunaendelea vizuri hapo. We still have another project, which now I also take this opportunity to welcome you as Realtors. You come, even tell your people to come, not only to sell to you. you can come and take portion of it. And how are we approaching that project? We are approaching it in a way that you can come and take like 20 acres, 30 acres, even 5, and we sell it together with you. It's a 400 acres. That's that land, we're calling it Coffee Park. From Kirigiti, unateremka on your way to Kamiti Corner, that land is on the road. You see it over there. A big land, it's 400 acres. You can come and discuss more. We'll give you our cards for that. Let me just come directly to what made me to discuss. I'm not here to market our product. I just wanted us to become faithful. Who are we? We are Realtors. Why are we here? You only need to understand. Why did you come here? Breakfast. For what? You cannot come from Nairobi to come here and you don't know why you are here. So, I want to say this. Talk about sustainable development. You have to understand some few elements which I want to tell you. You need to understand the market that you are approaching. Because I've seen people making mistakes. And I'll give you example with watu wa nyama na watu wa M-Pesa na watu wa Dubi. You mean all of us here, this is the population that is here. Hii group yuko na butchery yao, na wale butchery, na wale butchery, na wale butchery. Mnaona nani hizo butchery zote? You have to understand the population, plan for that location. When you talk about population, we need to understand the population we are in, the population that you are targeting. The other thing you need to understand about the county rules. You are here and you want to engage in these things and you don't understand what are the rules of the county. I can see there's a minister in charge of trade in this location. You need to understand what are those laws they have. You want to come and katakata pods in town in a certain way, it can't be approved. Then you start complaining. Can you first of all try to understand the plan? The other thing which I want to us to agree, when you're subdividing any project, most of you are not even understanding the issue to do with surrender. And you want to do a development, unasaidia nani? Serikali tuipatie pesa ikuwe pesa yetu. No. You need to understand why we do surrenders. Kuna watoto wanacheza pale. There's a population that is going to come there. I know some of you mnakaa mahali nasema hapa kungekuwa na barabara. I wish kungekuwa na barabara. But it was not done. It was not planned then. Because the people who are planning, they never estimated they are going to be such big people or the such big population. You also need to understand the issue of the word function. Chapter 15 of our Constitution talk about independent institution. 6th schedule of our Constitution talk about dual functions. Please go back to our Constitution and understand what it says. There are some of you who are here. Unaona hii group iko hapa. Hebu muuliza huyu mtu uko naye patie ama si mingi mbili, 2 chapters of our Constitution. Kuna chapter 1 up to chapter 18. Mwambie kumbe mbili tu. Wewe unachua gani? Muulize, siulize uko naye. Chapter 2 to the Constitution. Only 2 chapters. Which one and which one? Amekwambia gani? Which chapters and which chapters? We are asking, which chapters do you know in the Constitution? One. Chapter 1 ya Constitution. We don't call Jesus Christ out. Hata series mwingine. That is how we are my friend. Why are these two mwingine hapa? One chapter in the Constitution.
Chapter 6.
Which one?
Integrity.
Chapter 6 of at least I mentioned it. Another one. Which one? And the power belongs to people. Now, let's try to understand our Constitution. You cannot understand the Constitution without understanding the policies that we have in the country. One of the policies which is the supreme is our Constitution. Let's try to understand the Constitution. Why are you fighting about the BPI? It is yes. Which Constitution which you don't even understand? I wanasema venye mmekaa. Wanasema it is unconstitutional. Tukakwambia nipe tatu wewe. Hakuna MCA, hajui. Akasema mimi nilichaguliwa na wananchi, hakuna kitu kijana unaniambia. Mungu anakuambia hivyo. Na kuna 3 roles. Legislative role, oversight role, and representation. Na yeye mwenyewe hajui. Finally, I want to tell you something which I believe you should understand. We are in Laikipia County. As we talk about what we are discussing today, and here you are and you want to invest in this occasion, and you say that we have population of this one, where is the county of Laikipia setting its own infrastructure? Where mtu wa kusikiliza barabara itapitia hapa ama itapitia pale? You should do your own study. Kindly, in everything that you're doing, please conduct a small feasibility study. Please conduct a small feasibility study. Otherwise, you burn your fingers. You burn your fingers. If you don't do that, I want to leave you with one message. Let us embrace women in the leadership. Let us embrace women in leadership. Women can change things. Wanaume tupo. Ladies in the house, hiyo ni mzuri. Let us embrace women in leadership. You cannot be having an institution whereby 80%, 90% is men, only 2 or 3 women, just to make things look. These women are very powerful. They know a lot of things. Don't ignore them.
Yes.
God will even where we are, even in our own board, Fisco, 50% are women. Manager, over 50% are women. We have 21 managers, over and about that, almost 14 of them are women. Please embrace women. If you want to have a good planning, unajua kupanga kuliko wewe mwanamke kwako. Wewe unapanga pesa zako ziko kwa mfuko, yeye anazipanga akizikiwa hapa. Unajua unasema ule apewe, wewe pewa moja, patia yule, hata unaniangalia sana pewa, au unawekewa mchele. Akiuliza atajipanda zaidi kama nimelala mahali. Because unapanga zikiwa wapi? For proper planning and involve women. For proper planning involve women. That is my final touch.
We can do better than that for Mr. Maura. I know you will agree with me to this, that in his other life, other than being CEO of Fisco, he would be a preacher or a politician or a comedian. Continue to look for prudent ways to put our land into good use. And to help us understand things in that light as well, we have with us our warden from the Kenya Wildlife Service, Mr. Gabriel. So please put your hands together for him as he comes to do this presentation. Let's appreciate Mr. Gabriel from KWS Nyahururu County. Karibu sana.
Asante. Hamujambo. Yeah, thank you very much, organizers of this meeting, the Realtors. His name is hard to pronounce. Realtors Expo. And the invited guests. My name is Gabriel Kio. I work for Kenya Wildlife Service here in Nyahururu County. I'm the warden in charge of the county. And I've been called here today to talk about how we can integrate wildlife conservation into physical planning and land use in Mount Kenya region. I know I'm talking to investors, businessmen, but I will talk about conservation. And just from the onset, before I start, I would also want or request you to understand that wildlife conservation is also business. And it determines a lot about the future, the future of our children. I think you can bear me witness how drought is hitting us hard. Kiangazi imetukonga sana. The river I was on Narok, you know about the history of this river, up to where it ends, how many counties it is serving in terms of water for both human, their livestock and wildlife. You know the status in which it is right now, and you will bear me witness that wildlife conservation or environmental conservation can be very important for the life of tomorrow. So I want just to present, to do my presentation in a kind of a report, and then maybe later you can ask me one or two questions. So just to begin with, in introduction, I say development and wildlife conservation should be managed in a manner that no one impacts negatively to the other. Mount Kenya region is ideal for wildlife conservation, bearing in mind its scenic mountains, mountainous relief, vast grassland, the geographical location of the region by itself, and which the rich wildlife biodiversity. Next. So Kenya Wildlife Service in its mandate, Kenya Wildlife Service in its efforts to accomplish its mandate, it endeavors to secure land for wildlife conservation. It is due to this the service actively participates in all county spatial planning. Wildlife conservation is important because it contributes to national economy, culture, and academic purposes. Integrating wildlife conservation into fiscal planning and land use is therefore mandatory, since it will help minimize, if not eradicate, human-wildlife conflict. I know what you do. Sometimes it's a matter you take a space which maybe sometimes is mostly used for is used by wildlife. So let me go to number 2. Some of the most conspicuous tourism sites in Mount Kenya region that need to be conserved. Number 1, we cannot forget the famous mountains, the Mount Kenya and Aberdare ranges. Number 2, the open rangelands in Laikipia County. 3, the large numbers and variety of wildlife. You know them, they are already, you can see them all over in the region. The strategic position of the region in relation to tourism. The region by itself is is strategically placed in the country, that from which corner of the country you come, you are able to access. Whether you come from the north to the south, Mount Kenya region is strategically placed. The rich culture of the communities. The community who live in this area have a lot of culture that you can sell. The Kikuyu culture, the Samburu culture, all those culture. The Lake Olbolsat, most of you know where it is, which is very well known as a high altitude lake and is an important bird area lake. It's a destination for long flying for long distance or migratory birds. The history about the white settlers is evident, and the fight for independence is evident in the area. If you want to see, for those people who just here is in history, you want to see the evidence of this history,
Just come to this region and you'll see, you'll witness the Mau Mau caves and the Mau Mau caves and the Happy Valleys, where they used to live. The region has well-conserved forests, river sources, which are important to other communities far beyond the region. In fact, within more than 5 counties of the Republic. Just to mention a few. So some of the land use that we may negatively affect some of the land use that may negatively be affected by whatever we do. One, or some of the land uses that that may affect wildlife conservation. Number one is acquisition of private parcels of land and land uses which are not compatible to wildlife conservation. Oncoming mega projects like the LAPSET, encroachment to protected areas and riparian areas, obstruction of wildlife corridors by humans, settlement, which has of course resulted into breaking the connectivity of movement of wildlife from one ecosystem to the other. So in conclusion, I want to say that development is a must, wildlife conservation is mandatory, and they should all go hand in hand, but as KWS we endeavor to secure land for wildlife conservation for posterity. So kidogo ninaweza sema hapo, na unajua kuna watu wanaelewa ya kwamba zamani sana wanyama walikuwa wanatembea kutoka Mount Kenya wanaingia Aberdares, wengine hata walikuwa wanaenda far beyond, but today they cannot do that. Hawezi fanya hivyo, tume block their corridors. So wakati tunafanya biashara yetu ni vizuri sana tukumbuke kwamba hawa wanyama pia wako na haki ya kuwa na ardhi yao, tuwapatie nafasi, na pia tukikumbuka ya kwamba that is the way to go, kwa sababu tukiendelea sana tunaweza kuta kwanza kwamba tumemaliza mazingira yale ambayo tunayategemea katika maisha yetu ya kila siku. So the last slide is just shukran. Thank you so much. I don't know any question. Yes.
So my name is Maura.
My question to you is, do you partner with institutions like ours, how we can conserve environment whereby we provide trees, our work is only to plant? Can you do something like that one? Because when we're talking about global warming and climate change, my question is, what initiative do you have that we can partner with you? We are trying to think around, so at least we can also structure based on your policies.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. Definitely we partner. There is a state cooperation agency that deals with what you're asking, the Kenya Forest Service, and we all work hand in hand, from you people up to those state agencies, and definitely that is something we do. We plant trees with KFS, with you people, and so on. Kwa hivyo ndugu zangu yangu ni kusema tu ya kwamba tufanyeni biashara tukijua ya kwamba wanyama wana haki, na kama tukiendelea namna tugeukia wanaanza kusumbuka. Mumeona dovu zikitembea katikati ya town? Hizo ni kama kuandamana, ni kama wanaandamana, wanatafuta nafasi yao ile walikuwa wanatembea zamani ilienda wapi. So asanteni sana, thank you so much.
All right, asante. Let's appreciate Mr. Hill for the straight to the point presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've had so far have a short interlude and we can ask questions. I'll take the questions and we will have time to answer them during the panel discussion. Mtumishi, nataka unisaidie na watu wawili tu ambao wana swali wangependa kuuliza wakati wa panel discussion. Any question? This Aya. Okay. So you'll kindly tell us your name and probably to who you'd love to direct the question.
My name is Betty Washira. My question is to the gentleman who gave us the highlights on LabSet. I didn't hear him address security concern on the corridor, and that is very important for us as investors. My CEO was reminding me that we were told that inside Panari we are safe. So just a concern, are we safe outside?
Okay, let's appreciate that question from Betty. Any question?
Boy child.
Swali pale mtumishi pale nyuma. So again, can you tell us your name? Who you'd love to direct your question to?
My name is Laura Jean-Louis from Malazi Realtors Kisumu. I'm glad to be here. Mine wasn't a question. Since there weren't questions, I just said let me just say hi to everyone. And I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Okay. We're also happy to see you and have you here. Thank you so much, Laura. This time had a question? Yes. Okay. At the end there, mtumishi. So we take two more as we move on.
Thank you. My name is Dan Chege from John Daniel Partners, Certified Public Accountant and affiliate company Verimax Consulting. Now, I want to ask the question to the gentleman who presented LabSet. There is something about our oil which has been in the media that it may not be very viable economically, and that would make the LabSet corridor also not viable. I've never seen the government addressing that. I would wish to hear from him. And I would also want to hear about some of those key projects. He didn't tell us maybe the progress. I know he talked about the surveying and all that, but I would want to hear when you talk about the resort cities of Turkana, Isiolo and Lamu, exactly where are we, or what are the timelines? Because sometimes we get artistic things which are very impressive, but as investors it will be very good for us to know, are we talking about 5 years from now? What is the plan of the government? So that when it comes to the actual planning as an individual, one can be able to put the timelines. I think I'll appreciate if he can shed more light on that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Let's appreciate Mr. Asana. Question to who we should direct it to.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
And I just want to take this opportunity to thank the presentations that have been made so far, because they have been very, very informative. So I have two questions. Some may come across more as comments. And the first one is to the presentation that was made about LabSet. Now, I've been working with communities in Lamu. And as much as the communities are very much for this mega project, their concern is that the places that they have been doing their fishing and getting their livelihoods are now being destroyed because of the dredging. We're talking about having areas where you can have these big ships come. And in order to have those big ships, you need to have dredging done, so to facilitate the passage of the big ships. But the communities are saying, but this is where we've been doing our fishing, the corals are being destroyed, the mangroves are being destroyed. And so for me, it's just to say in your presentation, can you also talk about how community concerns are being incorporated even as you go ahead to do the mega projects? And I've just given the example of Lamu, but with all through the counties that you'll be going through, there is those similar concerns exist. I was actually very glad to hear about the effort to make it a green economy, to make it a green project. But those were comments that were sort of said after the main presentation. They came more like like a byproduct. But it would be very good that even as much as our government is shooting for a blue economy, green economy, that those comments are integrated in the main presentation so that we can see what are the various factors that are being considered so that we are more green and more sustainable. There was a comment that was raised about, in fact, by the gentleman, the CEO of Finsco, about planting trees, and a response was given about KFS. But I'd also like to say that there are many community groups that are looking to partner with private sector. They want to grow the trees, they're ready to grow the trees, they're looking for support, they're looking for partnership, and because I do work with communities quite a bit, I would be interested. I mean, I would be happy to link the private sector companies with the community groups that are looking to grow, to plant the trees. But you know, nowadays we're talking not just about planting trees, we're talking about growing trees, because survival rate is much more important than just planting. The question that I wanted to ask Finsco is whether you deal with smaller acreages. We heard you mentioning 400 acres, many big acres, but how small do you go down if you are looking to work with those who own pieces of land that are not of that great big size? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate her. Sorry, you did tell us your name?
Oh, sorry about that. My name is Nancy Chege.
Okay.
Came here in my private capacity. However, I work on environmental issues at the UN.
Okay. Thank you so much, Nancy. I also feel like your questions will be shared between Mr. Benson and also Mr. Kiru, also on the PPP opportunities, especially for community engagements and all. So I want us to close the questions there, unless there was any burning question that I might have missed. One last one at this side to Mishi, then we close out on the questions. Then we move on to the next speaker. And I also feel like Finsco can answer theirs very fast because it was pretty direct. I think that was a yes or no and how you can engage. But please, your question.
Hello. Good morning, I think.
Good morning.
It's still morning. My name is Nara. I am from Daisak TV. So this is our table. We are a new kid on the block, so you might not have heard of us just yet. And my question is rather an open call or an open letter. So above and beyond investing, above and beyond, the labs and corridors of the 400 acres like Madam Nancy was talking about, how are you marketing these products and these services to the people in terms of new creative ways to, approach these people, approach these young men and women, especially us now who are getting into, the asset acquiring phase. Are we still doing a new kwenda mogoda, or are we getting, new new creative measures? And this is just an open call to all the people present. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Nara from Daisak TV. So Finsco CEO, do you want to answer Nancy on if you do smaller projects before we go? Okay.
Nancy, thank you for your question. We appreciate each and every partner we get. The only thing that we have is within the town, the urban and peri-urban areas. Anything less than 20 acres, we are shy of to say we might not be able to take anything that is outside urban and peri-urban areas because sometimes of reasons. But anything above that, but now within urban areas, closer to town, how you can say you're talking about not more than 20 kilometers within the town. That surrounding where people stay. Our minimum is 10. Anything less than 10, we don't. So, kuanzia hapo, then ikienda tena sana, ukisonga hapo 10, like another 10 kilometers again from that. Anything less than 50, we also don't. Because sometimes the energy we use on one project with 10 acres, sometimes unaangalia faida, unaangalia equity gani. Lakini we can come and talk, probably you are in a good place. If you do a feasibility study, I think that we can do a project there, bit housing or such. Because you also do affordable housing. We can also help you. Let me tell you, come we talk anyway. We can see how to organize with you, because we have other partners who take even small portion of the 5 acres. Hata nikuambia hapana, just come. Hata wewe ukiwa hapa, hata wewe kuja tupange. Hapana vitu baada ya hapana.
All right, thank you so much, CEO Asante. So I think now you are at a better place, and I know we have other opportunities and platforms that we could actually explore as we continue. Now, I know the talk has been cottage industries are the future, and there has been a way that cottage industries have also plugged into the bigger streams to make sure that at least we have a moving and sustainable economy. And now we want to hear from a case study of a young cottage industry, and please help me welcome on stage Madam Nyahururu, who is the CEO of Conserved. Let's appreciate Nyahururu. Oh yes, karibu sana, karibu. Tumishi, my other microphone, please. Wacha niombe Nyahururu makofi ingine tafadhali. Alafu
Good morning. Good morning again. Karibuni Nyahururu hapa kwetu. And for the people that spent the night, I hope it was not very cold. Was it? Sorry? Ulikuwa baridi? Kidogo tu. So my name is Nyahururu. I am born and brought up in this town, and I live here. And when I get to meet people, wananiuliza Nyahururu kwani unakaa Nyahururu? Mwambia ndio, usikii ninanuka moshi ya Nyahururu. It is a beautiful town, and we are inviting you to invest in this town. The reason why I am here is to speak about cottage industries with a case study of Dogidi. Dogidi Handmade is a community impact project that is based in this town. I have grown up all my years learning a different language. So it is about time that somebody else in another country learned my language, which is Dogidi, and I will always tell them that Dogidi socks. We don't just make socks, but we do make yarn products. Dogidi is a flagship product, just like we have Coca-Cola, which is a flagship product of, Coke is a flagship product of Coca-Cola, sorry. We do have scarves. I'll show you in a little bit. We have legumes, we have boot cuffs. All 100% made in Kenya, and I'm very intentional about it. Now, you have a neighbor, muulize, what do you have, what are you wearing that is made in Kenya? I saw Dr. Josephine Kulea, and she is the one person who caught my attention. Thank you, Josephine. And there was a gentleman who was seated there who had a kitenge shirt, and lady there, I had seen you, I was profiling all of you. The reason why I was profiling all of you is because we have failed. We have failed our country. We have failed Africa. We cannot be in a position where we are wearing anything and everything imported. When you look at Kenya, when you look at Africa, Kenya is a cotton growing country. Kweli urongo. From Nanyuki. Watu wa Nanyuki. Mkono juu. Mountex. Where is Mountex today? Where is Kikomi today? Where is Tika Textiles today? All dead, right? And what we are doing today, we are all running to China, to Turkey, to buy clothes, to buy finished products. It is even worse that we are supporting a used clothes industry in this country. Mtumba. As a Kenyan, you have got no business wearing mtumba. Because you are a cotton growing country, you can make your own clothes, you can make your textiles, and you can export the surplus. So what we do at Dogidi, we sell locally, and we do export our products. We send them to Italy, to Germany, to the US, to Kigali, to Sierra Leone. And why I did Dogidi was over and above my personal space. I have another community called the Cottage Industries Kenya Rise on Facebook. I think I can see some of my members. Now we have grown, we are 20,000. And what a cottage industry is? A cottage industry is a small, decentralized manufacturing concern that you can carry out from your backyard with the minimum available resources. Okay? You don't need to move out of your comfort zone to make jams, to make dogidi, to make this kind of bracelets, and many other products that you can think of. We are encouraging people to celebrate the small wins. Because I remember when we started having the conversations on cottage industries at that time, it was in 2020. I am a storyteller, and please allow you to tell me my personal stories. Why I started that community was, it was in 2020. I was doing, in January 2020, I came back into the country, and COVID happened. And from where I was living, I used to live in China, I lived in China for about 8 years, and where I was living, I could see the cottage industries. Because ideally what Chinese do is they utilize the vertical space. Pale hawatauziwa plot ya 50 by 100, 100 by 100, no. The government policies do not allow that. So what they do is they utilize the vertical space. And this is something I'm really encouraging and rooting for in this Kenyan economy of ours. Watu wa mashamba, najua hiyo mtaki kusikia. Hiyo mtataka kusikia. Kugawa mashamba, you're doing us a disservice. You're doing us a disservice. And I'll let you know why, I'll tell you why. Now, from where I was seated, I could see pale chini because it was on a third floor. No, it was on a fourth floor. So from the bird's eye view, I could see below me, there was somebody who was doing cartons. The next one was doing bubble films. The neighbor there was doing ikaba ya kufunga. I don't know what you call it. Hiyo makombo. Yes. And the next one was doing scissors molds. The city that I was living in, they specialize in anything that can cut. And by cutting, I mean jembes, hangers, nail cutters, cutlery, and anything that will cut. Chinese are this intentional and very specialized. So all these small industries used to feed into a bigger industry. So what that meant is, kuna mtu ameajiriwa kazi hapo, familia yake, next. And the guy who was doing cartons, had no business doing the bubble films. Hata hataki kujua. Unlike us, we suffer what we call the shiny object syndrome. Shiny object syndrome is, hey, Dennis. You are going to your man, Dennis. Hey, have you seen Dennis squeezing? Dennis tulikuwa tunafanya kazi na yeye akafutwa. Hey, hiyo nyumba ni ya Dennis. Hey, kwani Dennis anafanya nini squeeze? Dennis anaenda China kuchukua nini? Nail cutter. You mean nail cutters can earn you this much? Oh yes. Okay, kwani Alibaba? Kwani nail cutter ni pesa ngapi? Unamfanyia mpaka nini? The profit margins. And the next thing as a Kenyan that you will do, you will call your Equity Bank manager. Can you what? A facility, half a million. That is what we do. And you get your 4 million. And you're very proud about it. You're very happy about it. 4 million Kenya shillings, how much is that? It's $40,000 US, right? You take your $40,000 US. Unapanda ndege mpaka Yanja, unaenda unachukua nini? Nail cutters. What have you done? You have exported your dollar reserves to another country. Umeenda umeajiri Chinese kazi. Haukuajiri Kimuthia, haukuajiri Otieno, haukuajiri Wafula, but you have employed a Chinese. Now, why I got very interested in cottage industries, I'm a demand planner, I'm a procurement officer for government, I used to work for the government, and then I left and I worked for manufacturing concern, and I was demand planner for Zambia. And then I lost my job at some point, and that is how I found myself in China. It is a long story, like I said, I'm a storyteller. So when I got to China, I walked into one Chinese shop for a guy called Yoyo. This is in Guangzhou. And Yoyo, at that time I used to have these Kenyan bracelets. And the Chinese saw me and he was very happy. Oh, sister, you Kenyan? Yes, I'm Kenyan. I love Kenyan too much. Why? Because before, small. But now, bigger. What he was saying, before, what you can see, I did not have what you can see. I did not have the products that you can see. But because of the support that I have received from the Kenyan people, it has enabled me to whatever it is that you can see. And guess what it is that I was seeing? Who can guess? Sorry? No. Sorry? No. I saw bagel. I saw kiwi. I saw menengai. I saw big. Yes. It is not a story of I saw with my own 4 eyes. And here was a Chinese telling me how happy he is. And he saw me as a potential client. And that broke my heart. So much that I never used to do sourcing for anybody. I will give somebody else that work. But I could not bring myself to buy anything for a Kenyan. Fast forward, President Uhuru Kenyatta rained down on counterfeits. Nakumbuka? Na alipigwa sana. And for me, I was shouting. I was happy beyond happy. because this is what used to happen. Najua hawa watu wote wanauzanga huku River Road. Wengi sana ninawajua because you used to meet with them. So they used to go and buy, now for example you deal with electronics. Anaenda ananunua electronics. Na yukweli atanunua electronics. Lakini ataenda kwa yoyo. Nieke menengai, nieke bagel, big. Because we used to have aggregators. We still have them, consolidated cargo. Anaenda anawekewa menengai yake huku chini, huku juu inafunikwa na nini? Na electronics zake. And this is how counterfeits used to come into this country. Zikikuja hata weka kwa duka yake pale River Road pale, anazipeleka kwake nyumbani in one bedroom. So how did they get them into the market? Here, uko na duka, supermarket kubwa sana, for example. No, he doesn't have. For example, you have Kiarie supermarket in Nanyuki. So I will come to you na nitakwambia Kiarie, you know, kuna hapa my brother anafanya kazi hapa Menengai na niko na sabuni ya pesa kidogo. Because Kiarie is very greedy. He cannot say no. Kiarie anaenda anafanya nini? Ananichukulia vitu zangu nini? Counterfeits. Now, what was the domino effect of your greediness? You as a Kenyan, you have killed jobs in this country. You have sent somebody home because salesman wa Menengai, wa Geisha, akienda pale kwa supermarket ya Kiarie, si anaenda anakuta sabuni yake bado iko hapo. And what will Kiarie say? Oh, business is so bad. Umekauka sana. Hata sabuni haifanyi nini? Haisongi. So the salesman goes back to the company and anawaambia, no, we need to devise more marketing strategies and all that. And eventually what happens is that Menengai closes shop because me, you, and every other greedy Kenyan has exported the jobs to China. Now, I want to give you a story, another brief history of China and why you need to support the Made in Kenya brand. Mimi niko hapa naongelelea vitu vingine Made in Kenya and why we need to support it. I'll take you to 1978 because the history we know is about China is from 1978. But prior to 1978, China had tried to industrialize for 120 years. They tried and failed, tried and failed. The first attempt was in 1861, 1911. This was under the Qing monarchy. They tried, and at this time they were replicating, they were mimicking the British model of industrialization. And why Britain? Because Britain at this time had already industrialized, na matunda ya industrialization ilikuwa inaonekana, and China, just like any other country, did not want to be left behind. So they copied the British model of industrialization, but they were defeated under the Opium War, that was in 1911, by a revolution that was a Shanghai Revolution. Now, from 1911 to 1949, hiyo wakachana nayo, hiyo ya Britain, and they moved on and copied the American model of industrialization. Why America? Because remember at this time, we already have the Britons who have migrated to the US, and they have brought with them the knowledge and the processes that is industrialization into the US. Na pia wao imeanza kuonekana. Remember this time is when you have the African transatlantic that one trade happening at that time. And there was cheap labor, there was availability of labor, and America prospered out of this industrialization. Now, China did not want to be left behind. So what did they do? They mimicked the American model of industrialization, including democracy. And we are talking of executive, judiciary, and the legislative arms of the government. Over and above. At this time, China was a Musungate government. They invited the leader of the opposition, who was Mao Zedong. Alikuja, and in 1949, Mao overthrew the government of the day to form the PRC as we know today, People's Republic of China. The American attempt failed, and moving on, Mao the USSR model of industrialization. At this time, it is still the USSR, not as we know it today. And why Mao wanted to copy the USSR model is because he believed we have nothing. We do not share ideologies with the Americans. We do not share ideologies with the Brits. So this will work because we share ideologies with the USSR, which is communism. So tried again and failed in 1976 when Mao died. In 1958 to 1960, Mao tried a campaign called the Great Leap Forward, and I'll tell you why it is very instrumental in getting China to where it is today. 45 million Chinese people died. I'll tell you why they died. It was called the Great Leap Forward. You can Google and you can read. Now, to China, with Mao Zedong dead in 1976, we had a transitional government. And in 1978, they sat down. The Xiaoping government sat down and they were like, we have tried and we have failed. What are we doing wrong? Because there's something that we must be doing wrong. And they came up with their own strategies that you can see today. You can see today. So why I'm giving you this history is, number one, remember we are headed into an election year, an election period, and you will need to listen to these aspirants. Number one, listen, what are you offering into industrialization? Because industrialization is the only key, and I mean only in capital letters, is the only key that will get you out of poverty. You can take that to the bank. In 1978, number one, there was political stability. I'm sure mkisoma kwa magazeti, you have never heard anywhere that China is an unrest or something. Just forget about Hong Kong, it is a totally different story. Hautawaisikia. So we can argue for a donkey years that democracy works or does not work. It is up to us to decide if it works or not. Number two, infrastructural development. LAPSET. I'm very happy. Whatever the government has done in the LAPSET, this is exactly what China has been doing over the years. We need the corridor. We need railway. We need the roads to transport our made in Kenya products into the next region. And when we talk of the next region, we are talking of the African Free Continental Trading Agreement that was implemented last year in January. But what are we doing as Kenyans to take advantage of the concessions? What are we doing as Kenyans to take advantage of the agreement? Because now, yes, we can sell. You can sell to Sierra Leone. You can take your products to Gambia. And initially it was very difficult to do inter-African trade, but now it is becoming very easy. It is very easy. The other thing the Chinese government did was the bottoms-up reforms. Na sio hizo mnafikiria. Sio hizo mnafikiria. This is what the government did. The bottoms-up. Remember, we have the 45 million Chinese who died in 1958 to 1960. They died of famine. There was a lot of cannibalism at that time. People did not have enough food. So what this government did, the first thing was to neutralize the Malthusian poverty gap. Now, kwa lugha nyepesi, we say in Kikuyu, utaogani matigari manda, right? I don't know how to say that in English. We are here for the breakfast, right? Yes, David and the team watu kumpeleka huko kwa barabara, ati twende tukakutane huko. Hapana, walituleta wapi? Kwa hoteli. Na tunafanya nini? Tunakula. Tukikula ndio tutafikiria nini? Kufanya kazi, right? And after we have eaten, after we are full, hapo ndipo manufacturing inaanza. That is where we begin the primary level of production, which is a cottage industry. Ukikula strawberries kwako nyumbani ukibakisha, the next thing to do is to make, sorry? Yes, it is to make jams. Pet tank started as a cottage industry. Interconsumer started as a cottage industry. And you know, he sold off to L'Oreal at a fortune of 4 billion people. 4 billion Kenya shillings. You can make money. I know the story of Paul Kinovia. Alianza kukoroga mafuta na mwiko. And look at where he is today. So we are encouraging cottage industrialization. The next thing the government did was to support the cottage industries in China, despite their primitive technologies. So, you know, I always listen to the people wakichekelea hii BJ58, you know, it hurts me. Naenda mnasema hiyo ni kagari kabaya sana, ni kabaya, you know. Tunajua ni kabaya lakini ni ketu, you know. And what we are doing is we want to enhance it with the aesthetics that you want to see. We want to attract investors into that BJ50. And this is what I'll be encouraging each and every one of you. Just go and think of something that you can create at whatever scale. Kakitu kako kadogo. Because this will be your ticket out of poverty. And not just you, but I'm talking of generational wealth. What can you leave for your children? Hiyo katuktuk hapo unasema. Tukienda tukaeka aesthetics. You know? Hiyo familia simemoka. And this is what the Chinese people did. The next thing they did, China does not export raw materials. Okay? Hata kama unaenda kununua vitu China, unakuja unatuambia this is my raw material. It is never in its rawest form. And that one I can tell you 100%. They have either removed something or added some value into it. And because they do not believe in buying finished products, they will always sell you finished products, but they will never buy finished products. And they will make it difficult for you to sell. Perfect example. In Kenya, you want to balance your trade with China. Anawauliza, what do you have? Si tuko na maua, si tuko na chai, hata tuko na avocado. And you sell avocados, right? But remember, we have Ecuador, we have Colombia. You lie on the same tropical belt. Colombia and Ecuador are bigger trading partners than you. Okay? And because China does not want to tell you hatutanunua, anawaambia, go and pay. Because they know you do not have the capacity. But from Colombia, you go and pay yours. And they did the same to Tanzania and their cashew nuts. Tanzania, they were given very stringent requirements to export their cashew nuts to Tanzania, wakashindwa. Ndio the next time ukienda Beijing wanakuuliza, sasa wewe si tulikuambia utuletee nini? Tuletee avocado, si ulishinda. Hata ungekuwa nayo saizi hata ningenunua. So this is what they do because they do not want to sell you raw materials, okay? And they want to make it very unfair for you. And I want to tell you this, you can take this to the bank. China is closing down in 2025. Yes. And if you look at what has been happening globally, Russia has adopted the new Union Pay. They are ditching the Visa, the MasterCard. India has adopted the yen as a trading currency. Last year, June, China uplifted the 2 children policy. Now they are under 3 children policy. China is already a country of 1.4 billion people.
1 more minute, Nyahururu.
It's okay, thank you. 1.4 billion people. So you can imagine the domino effect of that 3 children policy. So my time in Askina, we can talk and talk and talk. But before I leave the stage, I want to ask you as a Kenyan, what are you doing to support the Made in Kenya conversations? What are you doing to grow Kenya? You will never grow Kenya with imports. You will only grow Kenya with exports. So what are you making? What product do you have? It doesn't matter at what stage you're starting. You can always start at the lowest level. Now we have the Kenya Council of Cottage Industries, and we'll be there for you. Asante sana.
Asante, let's appreciate them from Adogili. Asante. asante sana for taking us through a very wonderful journey. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost coming to the end. We only have 2 speakers to go, then we get into the panel discussion and we'll be done. But before we do that, I want to request that we stand. Let's just all stand. I know we haven't stretched. We need to just look for space, look for space. Good to see my friend Dennis from Prime Holdings. DJ, if you could help us with this. All right, asante. Umetafuta free space. I'm waiting for Nora to stand. This is what we're going to do. And this is going to be the ticket for you to sit down, okay? So with your right hand, do your thumb like this. Everybody right hand, thumb like this. Aye. With your left hand, show me the pinky finger, the small one. No, yes. So right hand is the thumb. The tip from St. Christopher's is still sitting. Right hand is the thumb and the left one is the pinky finger, right? So this is what we're going to do. At the count of 2, you switch, such that the right hand now goes to the pinky and the left one goes to the thumb. Already some of us are doing 2 thumbs and 2 pinkies. So are you ready? Are you ready? At the count of 2, 1, 2. Only one person has switched. We're going to try again. Now look for a partner. Look for an accountability partner so that they do not cheat. So right thumb is up. So Mr. Kim, I'm going to give you a partner. That gentleman just behind you. Yes. All right. So at the count of 2, we are going to switch. Right hand goes to the pinky, the left one goes to the thumb. All right. I'm also going to let me become your partner. Come. Yes. So within a second. Okay. So right. Yes. And this other one. All right. So at the count of 2, 1, 2. Who has done it? Who has won? So if you have won round 1, sit down. If you have won round 1, do not cheat anyway. So all of us are cheating. All right, let's appreciate ourselves. So now, I want to ask of the 2 remaining speakers. Yes, I know you have prepared well enough for this, so we're going to give you time as well, but also try to be as precise as possible. Now, we have spoken so much about what it is that companies, agencies are promising to do, the partnerships that they're also proposing to us. But now the question is, if we want so bad to be involved in the LAPSET projects, within the communities that we come from, then do we have the prerequisite skills to actually fit into those projects that we also see in our communities? Because we see when investors come to invest in places, for example, Laikipia County and here in Nyahururu, so Panari would be given a condition and be told that at least give us 70% to be locals from here. And then Panari says okay, but now Panari asks now for qualified personnel to come and now work in this establishment. Sometimes there's enough and sometimes there's actually none of these qualifications that we are seeking. Then how do we bring in education to bridge this skills gap? And to take us through that, ladies and gentlemen, we have Grace from Graceland Schools. She's going to take us through that. Let's appreciate Madam Grace as she comes to give her presentation. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. Yeah, Grace is here. Grace went through school in West Pokot. Saw the problems that were there in West Pokot, and especially for the girl child. Struggled so much without water, dropout because because of early marriages, many problems that can behold any other girl that comes from a remote place. But amidst all that, grace is here, still appreciating God for His grace and His mercy. For 8 years, I know I went through Nasokol Secondary School. It was not an easy thing. My parents stayed in Kitale, and therefore the best they could give at that particular time was Nasokol Secondary School. I still struggled, made it through my O-level, made it through my A-level, went to university. And as fate would take, after I took an education degree, I was posted to Dol. I think the government saw I was good enough for those particular areas. Again, Dol, I go meet the same challenges. With a girl child, I look at mamas there, I see how much they are struggling. Without water, early pregnancies, early marriages, and all that. Cultural beliefs, still putting down the girl child. After a short while, I came to the Shao Boys, where I garnered all my experience now in teaching. And after 12 years of teaching, that is 2008, before then I had already gotten married in around 1995, there, 96. I got a husband equally in the teaching profession. And when we met, I met equally a partner that was more aggressive and really was into education. And therefore together we decided to start a school by the name Graceland Girls. 2008, Graceland Girls. Just around here, for those people who know Nyahururu, we are just on the road from Panari here, it's a walking distance as you go to Nyeri. Just around here, about half a kilometer. That is how Graceland Girls was born. Amen? And why am I saying this story? I say this story because when we started this girls' school in Laikipia, many people asked us, why Laikipia? Are you going to get the children? Many people would have wished we go maybe to a better place like Nakuru, we go to a better place like Nairobi. And the question why was, why Laikipia? The push behind it, it's because they'd seen how the girl child had suffered. And therefore, in my mind, or in our mind, we thought God strategically had taken me through that area, through that process, for me to understand. I remember my dream of starting a school, and every time I would see myself teaching in a class, started when I was in Form 2. Many people, if I asked you, even in this room, many people would say, I'll never be a teacher. But I knew right from the time I was in school, I was defined to be one. And therefore today, I proudly tell people I'm a teacher. Not out of choice, but because that is what I chose. I'm proud. My students ask me, Madam, how do you feel going telling people you're a teacher, you're a teacher? I will not want to be a teacher. But I tell them, I'm a very proud teacher. Today, out of Graceland, the first school 2008, today we can attest the faithfulness of God that the primary school has been born, a boys' school has been born, and the other day we started a leadership academy, has been equally born. Now, those people who so much doubted whether there is anything that good can come out of Laikipia, they have already seen there is something good that can come out of Laikipia. I appreciate God because He has given me this chance to serve the girl child, to serve the young people. I think my best moment is when I'm with these young people. I see as they come in my hands, and by the time they exit, I am so proud to see what they have become. And as Nyambura was talking, she has talked of cottage industries. We started the first school, the girls' school, behind our backyard, our house. A mabati structure. In fact, I forgot to come with that picture. Today I'm so happy where we are. And therefore, as a country, as a county, equally, let us encourage one another and know that it is possible. It only takes the self-will, it takes the will to say it is possible. And we equally, as Nyambura has told us, let us know what were we born to do. I say many a times, none of us was ever born to be used like a newspaper or a toilet dish or a toilet paper. Once your mission is through, that instant you're forgotten. Let us try to leave a mark in whatever we are doing. Let us leave a mark in Laikipia. Ask yourself, what difference have I made? Today I say, and this is what I even tell my own children, if I die today, I think I've already accomplished my mission, and I'll not be scared to face my maker, because if that is what he created me for, then I have already done it. Very first, I would want to look at what is education. Education, as I checked the other day, I realized that education comes from a Latin word that is educare. Educare means to bring up or to bring out. Bring up or bring out. And unless our education sector knows that we are supposed to not only give knowledge to the children, but equally bring out their potential, as a country, we are still going to struggle so much. We should encourage these children to bring out their full potential. And I'm really grateful to the Kenyan government for having started the CBC. I think for us that are already in the education sector, we can see the difference between the CBC and the 844. When it comes to skills, I think these children are going to be way ahead. The first class just completed class 5, and they are going to class 6. 5, they are going to class 6. But I can assure you, when you sit those class 5 children and the 844, you can already see a very big difference. These children are informed, they know what they are doing. Days of cramming and coming out of school without knowing what you want to be, already these children know what they want to be. Why education? At Form 2, I say, I attained my dream to be a teacher. And today, I'm living my dream. Those people who do not have dreams, they end up becoming very frustrated even after they are so much educated. If you live your dream, if you know today you are living your dream, you are excited by what you do. Hauvumilii maisha. Unafurahia kila siku kile ambacho unafanya. Is it true? So education is supposed to help us bring out the dream of the children. And I want to appreciate the Kenyan government. With the CBC, I can already see us getting there. Education is also giving us skills, the skills that we have been told about, so that next time, when we come around, and like he has just reminded us, Panari is there, and they need locals to be employed around. I think that is what, as the education sector, we are doing. I truly want to appreciate Madam Kulea, because we came along, and I think we are together in this partnership so much helping girls from Samburu. And I said my push factor was to see those young girls dropping out of school, getting married very early. And when Dr. Kulea came, I think we formed a very good force, and we are there actually helping a lot of girls from Samburu, giving them a new environment, giving them a home, giving them a place, giving them hope about tomorrow, telling them that it is possible. You are not born just to give birth to children. Amen? We were given, we were created for something better than that. That is what education is supposed to empower a child to. You can say no. You can become assertive. Laikipia, there is a time we were so much behind that when it came to even talking about the results of Laikipia, it could not be compared to anything. But today, Kerry, I can assure you, if Panari said they want people to work for, they are there. We are doing it every day, and we are telling God to help us to do the same. So that these children, even as we move to the next century, we are talking of 2030, being a time where we need people to have taken over Kenya to be an industrialized country. We are surely going to have it, and especially with the new education system that has been brought forth. Education is also important because it prepares us and makes us know how to face life challenges. The life challenges are so many. Education is actually going to help us do that. Another bit, it helps us to know how to socialize with people. And this is exactly what we are doing. The private sector, I know we are so much into it, and we are really trying hard to get into it, to help our children stand out, so that wherever they go, if they are called in for interviews, they know how to speak on their behalf. Wanajua kujitetea, si watoto ambao wako na aibu. So we are trusting God for that. Education, without education, development is going equally to be an issue. Education helps a nation to develop, not only the nation, but equally an individual, because it starts from an individual. It is from this education that we give our children every day, that once they are called for interviews, they are going to compete properly with those people that have been educated outside Kenya, and equally those ones that have been educated in many other big schools. And therefore, if we give them that which they need, we are going to get it right. When children are equally educated, we are going to curb crimes. Up to now, Kenya, there are some sections that we are still talking of people killing each other, people stealing, people taking people's cattle. Why are we doing this? Why are they doing this? Because of poverty, isn't it? So if they are given education and they have a means of livelihood, it's going to be a very big win to the country. And I truly want to appreciate the Kenyan government because of equally giving CDF, giving money, giving soft loans to those children that come from very marginalized areas. And therefore today, there is no single child that can say, I am not doing it because of lack. And if there are those ones that are lacking, so many organizations have come up, organizations that are helping, like Kulea, with her organization, is one of the organization that is really trying to help those children. Equally in private school, we are doing a big jump. Because like in our school, we can state clearly that there are those children who pay full fees, there are those ones who pay half, and there are also those ones that we sponsor as a means of giving back to God for what He has done for us. Therefore, I think today, if you have a neighbor, if you have a child that is seated somewhere and you feel that this child has dropped out of school because of lack, kindly you are informed. Get to the right people. There are people that are willing to help that particular child. And together as a country, we are going to make it. Are we together? Yes. Because I wasn't given so much time, maybe my request, I've seen you have already stood. My request would be, please, can you people maybe try and help us to bring the educationists from Mount Kenya region come together? I think there is so much we can talk. If such a forum was organized and we were brought up together just to come and talk, share about the challenges that we are getting every other day, encourage one another, then Laikipia or Mount Kenya region will never remain the same. Otherwise, I would really want to appreciate you for listening to me, and together, let us help the children of Kenya. They are the future of tomorrow. We are leaving this country to them. Let us help them where we can. God bless you. God bless us.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's appreciate. Ought to take up the challenge. I can see my friend and director from St. Christopher's School, Director Mr. Matthew is here. So we take the challenge, and we should also intensify this conversation, bring ourselves together and see how best then can we continue bridging this skills gap. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a few weeks ago, we were celebrating our women. So it was International Women's Day, and this has been the tradition for every year on the 8th of March. And the conversation all year round and other years has been, we need to include women in leadership, in opportunities as much as possible. And we are breaking the bias. That has been the theme for this year. And to help us understand more the opportunities that are there for women in business, please help me welcome Dr. Josephine Kulea, who is also the Executive Director of Samburu Girls Foundation, to make our presentation. Let's appreciate Dr. Josephine as she comes to the stage. Karibu sana. And after Dr. Josephine does a presentation, the team from Maverick School of Music at St. Christopher's, please be ready. Karibu sana, Daktari. Thank you so much for that. As Daktari gets ready, I want to request Nancy. She has an announcement that she'd love to make.
Good afternoon. I want to make a more sensitive announcement at this juncture before Dr. Kulea takes stage. We are dealing with children, and when it comes to matters children, we have to be very careful. So I'm kindly requesting the media and our social media activation team, do not post any images of the children, any images that are being projected. If you capture them on camera, do not post those images. I know you all understand why. Yes, kindly. Dr. Kulea?
Waiting for the DJ to play something. Good afternoon. I see so many people on their phones. I'll be very brief, not boring, so give me your ears. Technology imeshindikana. Hakuna sauti. Ama tuachane na hiyo story.
That's the kind of young leadership that we need. I'm hopeful because of a young woman named Josephine Kulea. Girls Foundation. She's already helped to rescue over 1,000 girls from abuse and forced marriage and helped place them in schools. The Samburu tribe herself, she's personally planned rescue missions to help girls as young as 6 years old. And she explains that the longer a girl is in school, everything for her income, for her family, for this country, everything changes. She gives me hope.
Okay. Moriega. Nimeangalia around, I can see you. In the house, we have 90% Adua house. So, my name is Dr. Josephine Kulea. I'm the founder of the Samburu Girls Foundation. And I've heard a lot about business today. A lot about making money, investing. I've not heard about charity. So I think it's good I'm the one closing because I'm going to talk about charity. Sindio? Ama mtakusikia charity? Si mkona CSR? Ama amna? Okay. So I just want you to lend me 5 minutes of your time, your ears, because what I'm going to say is very important. What I'm going to say is a lesson to most of you. You have no idea what's happening in this country. Things are still happening. I know you're busy chasing money, but then at the end of the day, what's the need for billions in your account? And then you die, and you have nothing to be remembered for. Cindy, so I just want us to listen so that if you've been looking for someone to take your CSR, today I think you will find one. So, Samburu Girls Foundation. How many of you have been to Samburu? Let's start there. Inua mkono. One mkono hiyo, mbili hapa, tatu pale. Samburu where? National Park. Safari, where? Maralal, looking for business opportunities. Sawa sawa. Samburu is one of the, what do I call it? One of the beautiful counties. We have a beautiful community called the Samburu people. Of course, we have other communities living in Samburu County. But Samburu, as a community, we are still highly traditional. We love our culture. And that's why I'm always in my beadwork, all the time. Actually, all these beads you see here are made by the women of Samburu, but specifically are made by our girls and the Samburu Girls Foundation. And what Samburu Girls Foundation does, we rescue girls. We are a child protection organization. And what we do is we rescue the girls from harmful cultural practices. They are still happening. We are talking of child marriages. Children, between 8 years to 12-year-olds. Those are the babies we are talking about. There is female genital mutilation. Do we know what is FGM? Tunamenya? Munano? Sasa FGM, it's still happening in 21 counties in Kenya. Samburu is one of them. We are at 86% FGM. And the 8, 9, 10-year-olds are being cut on the day of their wedding. So child marriage is over 80% in that county. Illiteracy level in Samburu County is at 83%. Girls, women are not going to school because the core business ni kuwaoza, wapate ng'ombe. Nyinyi mkiongea hapa juu ya kutengeneza pesa, huko wanaongea juu ya kutengeneza ng'ombe. Na kuleta ng'ombe through selling kids for child marriage. So we have a lot of work as a country. I know there are laws. I know you're already asking in your mind, but it is illegal. It is wrong. Yes, it is. But when we pass laws in this country, do we ensure they're implemented? No one even talks about them. They're only in paper. We have leaders who are interested in the votes and not in the people. Are we together? So, what you're going to see today here is, as the lady announced, please don't take pictures of those children because they are children under safety. We believe this is a safe space Because when we were invited, we first asked, like, we would love to do a presentation, but we hope no one takes pictures of those children because they're children under protection. And Samburu Girls Foundation, we've just marked 10 years of rescuing, educating, safeguarding those girls. We pick kids, as I've mentioned, between 8 to 12-year-olds. We enroll them to schools, work with them from preschool until they complete universities. So we have some of the success stories that we are going to share with you. So as an organization, we have learned like a rescue space, a home for these babies. And we save them from the 3 issues. They rescue them, the child marriage, the FGM, and then something else called bidding. Bidding comes from what I'm wearing. So the girls who are not going to school, or the Morans, tunasikia Morans, the warriors. In our culture, we have the age set, the age group thing, and every boy has to go through it. So around 15 years, you're circumcised, you have another 10 to 15 years before you're allowed to get married. How special are the boys? But then the girls will be married anytime to anyone. So those boys, before they are allowed to get married, they pick girlfriends who are still within that same age range, 8 to 12. And they buy them loads of beads in exchange for sex. So some of you go there on tour and see beautiful women in beads, but you don't know what they're wearing. We call them the beads of bondage. So these girls will have sex with these Morans, they will not marry them. The girls will get pregnant, they'll undergo through crude abortions, or the babies will be born, they'll be killed. So Samburu Girls Foundation takes in these girls, either before they get pregnant, or before they go through the abortions, or before the babies are killed. So we also have girls and their babies at our rescue center. So it's been 10 years, we've rescued over 1,500 girls, and we have success stories where girls who graduated. You'll see a few pictures, girls who are working now, helping their families. It's now that the community is realizing, kumbe hawa wanatusaidia. You know, when we were beginning, I was being told you'll be killed, you're killing our culture, and I told them I'm part of this culture, tutauana pamoja. It's illegal. Some of the programs that we've been running is one, we have the rescue mission that we have to get those girls into safety. That's our rescue center. We become father and mother. Because once the family does not get cows for marriage of that baby, then they don't like her anymore. She's useless. So we take her in, work with her. And at the rescue center, of course, we provide everything, food, shelter, kila kitu, medical, clothing. And then we enroll them to schools. But before that, we provide psychosocial support. In the rescue center, we do an accelerator program because most of these kids, an 11-year-old from marriage who has never been to school, sending her to class is traumatizing her. So because she'll go to preschool, others are like 5, 6-year-old, 7. Her, she's 12. What are you telling her? You're not supposed to be here. So she was wondering, what am I doing in class? And my fellow girls have been married. So we do an accelerator program. Within a year, we teach them things that they should know in 3 years because they are a bit older and they get things very fast. And they are very bright. So within the first year, we send them up to like 3rd, 4th grade to boarding school. So most of our girls go to boarding schools. And then the girls, we also have the reconciliation programs with their families. We try to get them in touch because we don't want to stay with them forever. We couldn't even house all those kids, so that's how we've been decongesting. It's like a transition center. So within the first year, we start reconciling them with their families, and they go home during the school break to decongest space, to create space for the new ones. And we have the outreach program where we create awareness to all the speakers who are here today. But let's not forget the soul of the society. Let's not forget the real reason we're in this world. We are here to change lives. And changing lives is not only making billions and going to spend them on holidays. Changing lives is making sure you've touched someone else's life in a small way. Sometimes we live helping to outsiders, to diasporians and other people in the West. But I'll tell you, 1,000 shillings is a lot of money to help one child. To buy books, to buy clothes, to feed that kid. but you have no idea. But you feel, but I'm sure someone, on weekend, someone will go and bash 20,000 in a bar. That is school fees, like 10 children in another village. So I'm just challenging all of us, because at the end of the day, you never know who your 500 shillings will touch. So I'll just show you some of what you're talking about. That's an 8-year-old, that is on her wedding day. The first picture, those are people celebrating. She's crossing her legs, she's just gone through FGM. And in the second picture, that was like, oh, not yet, don't go too fast. The second picture, we've used pseudonyms to protect them. The second picture, that's like 2 years later, and she just turned 10, and she was still a baby. That's when we put the picture together. So those are the kind of children getting married. That's on her wedding day. After the FGM thing, she has to walk to a new home bleeding. And that girl right now is in class 7. She's the president of her school, and the best one in the school. Next. That one is her. I think this one had got to 7 years. That's a children officer in blue, the police and the husband. She just got married and just went through FGM. So she had to go to be rescued and brought to the center. Do we have a picture? That's her holding the ball. That's her arriving at our rescue center. And that's her 1 year later, once she's integrated with other children. She's now in grade 3. She just came 2 years ago. So you see even the sad face, like you already, the face can just tell the story that I was once a slave, I'm back to be a child. Next. That one here is, she was 9 years, she was walking milk in Maralal town. Actually that picture was taken behind the county commissioner's office. She was walking milk there. And we took her, enrolled her to school. She was already married. That's her enrolling to preschool. Can you see the next picture? Today, that is her in Form 3 and 8 students. She was invited to State House to put FGM bracelet on the president. She's the student governor of her school, and she wants to be a neurosurgeon. She's an A student. Next. That's Priscilla, she's one of our girls. This one is big, she's already working, so we're not hiding her name or anything. She's already working in our community as a nurse, and she's a breadwinner to her family. Next. That's Lucy, she's now clinic officer. She's also to be married off after class 8. We took her into high school, and now she's just graduated. She's working in Narok as a clinic officer. That is Esther. She was a total orphan. She was to be married off. She's now a civil engineer. She works at Kura. Wow. That is Serafina. She's just finished her education. She's pursued pure mathematics. She was to be married off at 13 years in class 7. She's the president. Actually, she's the first girl ever to be elected president of university students in Samburu after a lot of fights, because that was a boys' position only. She's doing pure mathematics at Kwea, and she's waiting graduation. She has just completed. She's volunteering at Akikidada. So that picture there, Samburu Girls Foundation, that's their dormitory. That's just a few of the girls. We couldn't capture everyone in the photo. As you can see, their babies down there. So some girls come either pregnant, others with their babies, and we take all of them to schools. 10 years, 1,500 girls. We are doing a drop in the ocean. The girls you're seeing there, even right now as we speak, there's a child somewhere who's going through FGM and getting married right now. And no one is talking about it, no one will talk, because what we are showing you is the only reported cases. Like they report 1 in 1,000. So we're only taking the reported ones. Everything else is not being reported. So you can imagine what is going on in that community. And with that, I want to challenge all of us. If you're looking for a partner, if you're looking for someone to support, you've been wondering how to change this world, karibuni sana Samburu. You have a partner in Samburu. Now you know, hata sisi tumefikiwa na lami this month, finally. It's just 1.5 hours drive from here, where you are. Karibuni sana, you are welcome to visit those girls, and welcome to see what we do. Asanteni sana.
Well, don't you think and feel that Dr. Josephine deserves a better clap? Thank you so much, Daktari. Do we have questions for Daktari now before she leaves the stage? I want us to take a healthy break before we come back now for the panel discussion. There's one question there, another one here. So Mtumishi, please give us an extra microphone.
Once again. Okay, once again, let me just say my name is Nancy. Can you hear me at the back? Sound. Is it on? Go off. Thank you. Once again, my name is Nancy. And I just wanted to say that I'm really glad that you have spoken. And you started off by saying that you're tired, or you're getting tired of speaking. But Jocelyn, I want to request, don't get tired. Some of us are not helping because we don't know. Some of us are not helping because our cultures are very different. So we can't even imagine. So what we have seen, we're saying, what? This is going on in our country? I mean, we hear it in the media, but until we see it live, we see faces to those girls that you're talking about, and it becomes more real. And so I want to say, don't get tired. And so I really appreciate it. But the other thing I wanted to say, there's a lot of focus on the girl child, and it's important. But I'm hoping that there's also focus on the boy child. The reason being that we are helping our children, our girls, to be a lot more empowered. But our boys are not quite understanding what is happening. And so I think there's increasing gender conflict. Let me give an example.
Make it short, kindly.
Okay, I'll make it very short. But what I wanted to say is that my daughter the other day came home and said, there's a lot of conflict in the school. Why? Because the girls are now saying, they're talking about sexual harassment, sexual abuse. When a boy comes and touches you, he's expressing his desire for you. The girls are saying no. The boys are wondering, what's the big deal? So I think what it is that we need also to empower our boys to help understand that as girls, when we say no, we say no. We mean no. We do not appreciate these other things. And that a girl is not born only to give birth to children.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think that's a concern.
Yeah, it was just a concern. Yeah. One.
I think as good Kenyans we should say, that lady is telling you something. Let us communicate. We agree to communicate. This lady is doing some good work. Na tunaanza tu kuanza hapa kama Realtors. Kama namna gani? So aendelee na kufanya zenye anafanya. Si ndio? Tunaweza kuagree wewe uko na issue yako, wewe uko hapa, wewe uko hapa. Mimi umefanya mzuri sana. God bless you. Asante. Atabarikiwa. Lakini what option do you have other than trying to tell you? She need money to do whatever she's doing.
Yes.
If they have saved 1,500 people, she need to save 15,000.
Yes.
To do that, we need to do something. Let us start from this house. My good brother, we can start from this house.
Yes.
Me, I can say, as Fisco, we are committing to give you 100,000 today.
Yes.
We are going to save some good girls. That's how we are going to say we are going to save the girls. And when I was there, my ending marks was about
Women.
That is how we are going to empower women, not just clapping for them. Do something for them.
1 second, Nyahururu.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Josephine, for the good work that you do. My question, I don't know how to put it, but I wanted to know that within your community, not necessarily the children that you have in the institution, but within your community, I am very interested in beadwork. Rohidi, handmade, has some new products on board, and I'm looking for communities like yours to work with and are very, very fair.
Thank you.
Yes, very fair income.
Thank you so much.
So I don't know if that is possible.
Yeah, actually, as I mentioned, what I'm wearing is made by our girls,
Nice.
like the rescued girls. This one is a watch from Swed. I think you know Swed, the Kenyan market. So the big one our girls make. Actually, Samburu is known with the exquisite, like high-end big one.
Absolutely.
So that would be something we can pursue. And when you were presenting, my colleague is here. And she was saying we need those people to come teach our girls.
Oh yes, thank you.
So thank you so much.
Thank you too. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes.
Where's mtumishi?
Bwana asifiwe tena. Ni asante dada yangu kwa sababu ya kazi njema ambayo mnafanya. Na ni asante kwa sababu ya sisi zote kujua kuzaliwa pahali ambapo unakaa na furaha na umelishwa vizuri. Si bahati, ni Mungu, si ndio? So I was saying even if you are going to contribute, as we have organized this group, you know, ukizaliwa pahali ambapo pana umaskini na pahali ambapo unaona nyinyi nyote mmechukiwa, you find always yourself you are useless, sindio? Most of us have gone through issues because you have been born in a family that was not recognized by anybody, so you end up just being useless. So as we have organized today, still having they need our money, and still they need us to see that they are important people, and Samburu is not hated by God. Samburu is God's created praise, and there are people who are caring for those children. So as we have organized today, we can also organize and go and tell them God loves them, and also we love them. God bless.
Hello, my name is Chris Njora from Laikipia Limited. So first of all is to thank you for the work that you're doing for the young girls at Samburu. It is really commendable work. And for us here, we've been astonished to see that actually these things go around, but we've never really gotten the feel of it up to until today. So in line to what our brother here has spoken about, giving to support, you know, like the 100,000 could go into food and everything. For us, Laikipia Limited, we are an architectural company. We are also a construction company. And as these girls will be needing food, shelter, clothing, and etc., and as you look forward to expand from 1,500 to 15,000, these girls will need accommodations too, right?
Yes.
So us as Laikipia Limited, in terms of architectural designs, we are going to offer everything that is needed. In terms of also the
Actually, our dream is to have our own school, like a primary and high school, because it's been very expensive taking these girls to boarding schools, and we have 15 acres of land. So if we could get all of you doing building, the architecture is ready to draw. Others can bring the cement and paints and everything. I think we can make this work. Sindio? Yeah, we say we built a school for the girls from these Realtors in. So one person there, that's all.
We have 1, 2, 3, and 4. And there's a check already done. It will be presented.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wangwe Mbudia. I'm from Prestige Team Mother Schools in Subukia. Thank you so much, Dr. Josephine, for the work you're doing. We really appreciate you. For us in Prestige Team Mothers, we are rescuing girls who got pregnant during this COVID period. So we would also like to partner with you. We can take in some girls for you who will come and be given also education facilities.
I forgot that I had my hand up. I am called Dr. Skita Raboruza. So what I will do with Dr. Zendo, I think you know who she is, my namesake, she's a lawyer. We'll come and talk to you about legal representation that you may need in regard to your girls. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Josephine. It's a great pleasure meeting you again. And I remember we've met some other times in Yale and in other places. And I'm talking on behalf of Set Piece Consultants Limited, and we are an accredited training company on the aspects like entrepreneurship, the skills which I feel your girls really need, especially to commercialize on the bid work that you're doing and other things. And we're making a commitment that we are going to provide you free training services to come to your place, train your girls, do the mentorship, courtesy of Set Piece Consultants Limited. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Hello, Daktari. First of all, I'd really like to appreciate the work that you're doing, and I'd actually like to acknowledge that my name is Janet. I am the head of diaspora relations for the Lesedi Group. I can relate to the cases, Daktari, because I come from a place where most of the girls had to undergo FGM just for them to be considered mature and ready for marriage, and have seen a few of them die from the same experience. So I am 100% witness of what FGM can actually do to the girl child. And in that regards, Daktari Josephine, we as the Lesedi Group do not want to offer a donation for now. We want to offer you lifetime partnership so that every single step of the way, Lesedi Group will be with you. We kindly request for partnership.
Thank you.
So allow me just to allow only the two only. Then we finish. Then we can see Daktari after the event because she'll be around.
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon.
Sylvia again is my name. I'm the branch manager of Toyota Kenya Nanyuki. We are humbled and grateful for everything that you're doing for the girl child in society. And one of the things that we are offering to do is to sponsor and partner with you as far as your, whatever activities you're doing is concerned. So one of the things that Toyota Kenya has is we have a Toyota Kenya Foundation. So I'll seek audience with you because amongst other things, we actually take girls, we train them in matters mechanical, automotive engineering in our Toyota Kenya Foundation. So I'll talk to you about it. In addition to that, we have partnered with Laikipia North Technical and Vocational Training College, where they have also, they're doing what you're doing exactly, rescuing girls from early marriages and all. So I think on the side, there's a lot that we need to discuss. In addition to that, I'm thinking sanitary wear. Let's discuss on how we can make it easier for these girls, even as they come to puberty, on how we can be able to partner on the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Kami Muigai from Girl Aid Foundation. We are running almost the same things, but right now we are providing sanitary towels to girls from Kinango. The problem is seriously across board. I think because we are from areas that have food, that is not a need. But basically it's quite a need. We get help from CSRs, from companies like you, and we also would like to partner with you. Sometimes we have so much that we have to go back to the same schools that we have gone to. But I believe that the girls will have been helped a good hand by getting sanitary towels from us.
Thank you. So thank you very much. Maybe I didn't mention, but Samburu is spread across 4 counties. Laikipia, Isiolo, Conserved, and we rescue girls from the 4 counties. So when you be touching a life, you're touching girls from 4 counties. Asante sana, God bless you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate the time once again. And just like it said, Daktari is here. She cancelled the trip to her business today so that she'll be with us here. So tutamuona baadaye after this event na atakuwa hapa, tutampatia room. Sisi wote tutainteract na yeye, and any donation that you have, and if you want to support her in any way, we will give you that opportunity. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to really ask that we take a very short break, because now we're going to the last stretch, which is the panel discussion. And now this is where the road meets the rubber, or the rubber meets the road. And we have questions that you asked that we need answered, and there are questions that you did not ask and you need to ask so that they be answered. So St. Christopher's, through their school of music called Maverick, will be giving us one presentation as we reorganize the stage, and we'll call our panelists on stage, and then we shall have a panel discussion for the stage, which will be led by my colleague, Madam Nancy, in a short while. So St. Christopher's, and now you could also take this minute just to stretch, take a break kidogo, then we assemble again in 5 minutes to go on with the panel discussion.
Tukiendelea kumingle, unaweza chukua namba ya mtu wako single, si ndio? Kama huyu this man is single, very single. Na si unaona ako sharp, mpaka ako na masharubu. Mnaitaka masharubu? Ni masharubu? Ako na masharubu. So, nawakumbusha kuhusu raffle tickets, si ndio? Na wakimaliza tutakuwa tunafanya raffle tickets. So, kama huna raffle ticket yako tafadhali, unaweza ukaniona ama ukifanya hiyo kustretch hii ni time. Hiyo unajua hata mimi wakati our sister alikuwa anaongea mambo ya importation ilinigonga, hii inaitwa time. So kama kuna mtu anaweza shona anishonee hii so that we support Kenyan made, sio? Yes, ukitembea unaweza enda hapo nje kama una hiyo raffle ticket yako chukua, kwa sababu tutakuwa tunafanya nini? Tutakuwa tunaangalia ni nani amejishindia shamba, si ndio? Shamba ama tonight. Alafu niko na t-shirt. Ni wangapi wanapenda kunywa chai? Ni wangapi wanapenda kunywa chai? T-shirt. You don't like chai? Depende chai. Depende moja. So when you are taking tea, unavaa. So I'll give you one. Nataka uniambie I don't know na Kiswahili. Haujui? Can you tell me I don't know na Kiswahili? I give you this one. Na hii unavaa when you are taking tea, inaitwa t-shirt. Sawa. Zinaitwa t-shirt. Unavaa wakati you are taking tea. I don't know. Saidia huyu aende na t-shirt. I don't know. Nani atatusaidia kwa niaba ya huyu sister aende na t-shirt? Wewe? Nani anajua wewe? Haya, wacha kwanza tupate kitu kidogo kutoka kwa St. Christopher, sio? Alafu tutarudi baadaye.
Alright, sawa. Our 5 minutes break is over. Our 5 minutes break is over. So Joseph will present to the team. Chairman Joseph and team nisaidie sasa kurudisha watu ndani. Alright, this is the busiest table, so because that we are settled now. I want us to get settled.
you like to start?
You want how many? Oh, kwa nini kwa baby? Let me bring. Okay, wacha nikulete. Ulinunua ngapi moja ama mbili? Kwa kule hele maka tunayo wana.
So you'll take them a good photo. That is
Asante sana St. Christopher's. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, I want us to be settled. Let us be settled, let us be settled, let us be settled. Ninaomba tutulie. Naomba tutulie.
may be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Team ya Conserved, they will be seated. Tafadhali tuzungumzie. Asante. Ninapenda kuuliza kwa heshima sana, tutulie. Naomba tuketi sote, so that we move swiftly to the next phase of the program. Na wale tuko nje, Joseph, Charity and team, tafadhali tuingie. Wale ambao tuko nje, tafadhali tuingie. We want us to get started on the panel discussion. And I want to call on stage our panelists. And please allow me to start with our Waziri for Trade and Cooperatives and Tourism in Laikipia County, Mheshimiwa Biwot. Tafadhali join me on stage. And I also want to request Madam Grace from Graceland Schools to also join me on stage. So Waziri, you can take the seat on the end, then our good lady will take the seat next to you. I also wish to call on stage Mr. Benson from LCDA. Bwana Benson, popote ulipo from LCDA. As Benson comes, also love to ask humbly Dr. Josephine to join us on stage as well. Madam Nyahururu from Dogimi. Also please kindly join us on stage. Mr. Gabriel from the Kenya Wildlife Service, Nyahururu County, please join us. And our good friend, Madam Dorcas Kita, uko wapi? Karibu sana. So naona ni Nyahururu tu sijaona, but I'll go get her. And this session will be moderated by Nancy, who's in charge of our communications for this project. Just feel uliniambia, you should always hold a lady on stage. Oh. Nyahururu, kindly join us on stage. Thank you. And so I want to request Madam Nancy to also join us. Let's appreciate Nancy, our head lead of communication. Tupigie Nancy makofi.
Good afternoon. James, Panari, you know you've branded my event. Can you give me microphones?
Yes.
Very fast.
There is one here. There's one here.
Where? Please give me 2 working microphones.
Thank you. This one is from the team leader, Goldfish Swimming School.
So, the journey was shared earlier today. Lap set. Someone find Benson, because a lot of the questions were actually directed to lap set. Lab sets, a lot of questions are directed to lab sets. Before Benson joins, I'm very impressed by the pressure that the business community has been put under. How many more checks do I have? How many more checks? Mnaandika checks? Mommy, where are the checks? M-Pesa. Benson, lab set, kindly, we can't start until we have all our panelists on board. This is a session where the speakers now can speak from their hearts, away from your PowerPoint presentations. Mfungue roho. Speak freely. You've seen how Dr. Kulea has gotten some really positive reactions. Tuongee ukweli. how far the developments are, wanna be what? Confidently. Dorcas, we are relying on you on the legal issues today. Benson, lapses. Did you ask two hard questions? I'm told that we give Benson just 5 minutes. Is that okay? That's fine. Yes, so we start together. Just 5 minutes. He's on a call with the president. So, but yeah. Thanks, Benson. Nimesema ulikuwa unaongea na HP. So, of the Realtors Expo and how it came about. As Joseph Njogona mentioned earlier, this event was mainly targeted at the realtors and the real estate sector, but as the years went, as the events were held, there was a lot of interest from other industries. And you can see from the representation in this room, the kind of interest that has been born from this event. And this tells you something. As the businessmen are making money, just as Dr. Kulea has mentioned, we also need to start thinking about the soft issues. That's why we have a lot of CSR companies that are investing a lot of money in CSR, because people have come to realize you're making the money, you're building the homes, you're buying the shambas, you're selling the plots, you're drilling boreholes. But imagine the problems that Dr. Kulea is still experiencing today. In your rat race, as you make your billions, imagine the issues that people are still facing in this country. I'll go straight into the discussion, and first we are going to tackle the questions that had been asked earlier. Benson, I think you are the person who had a lot of questions. So before we start, I'll just allow from Mr. Biwot, kindly a quick round of introduction again. Just say who you are, where you come from, and then
Thank you, Nancy. Once again, I'm Biwot Europe, the County CC for Trade, Tourism, and Cooperative here in Laikipia. I've been asked where I've come from. My birthplace is Umruti, and currently I stay in Nanyuki.
Grace Maura, Director, Graceland Schools, just here in Manguo.
Benson Twitter, Head of Corporate Affairs, LAPSET. Our headquarters is in Nairobi. That's where I work and live.
Nyambura Munywa, Executive Director, Dogidi Handmade, and the Founding Director of Kenyan National Council of Cottage Industries. I live in Nyahururu. This is where I'm born and brought up. And again, nimesema karibuni sana.
Gabriel Kio, Kenya Wildlife Service, Nyandarua County, Warden in charge. I'm born from Makueni County.
Dr. Kulea, founder Samburu Girls Foundation.
Dorcas Kita, immediate former member of the Estate Agents Registration Board, board member of the Save a Woman Fistula Foundation, a philanthropist and investor.
Start feeling the impacts of the corridor, economically, socially, along the Mount Kenya region. That was the first question. Second question was around security concerns. How are you going to deal with the security concerns along the corridor? There's been a lot of discussion on if we are currently facing insecurity issues, what will happen even when the infrastructure comes on? How do we protect the infrastructure and the people? The third question was the viability of our oil. I know that question was asked to Benson because he talked of one of the tenants of the corridor is the oil pipeline. I will support him to respond to that when that time comes. The third question that was asked by my namesake Nancy Chege is around how are you engaging communities and empowering communities, particularly along the Lamu corridor and the operations from the Lamu area. How are you tackling community concerns? You can go ahead and respond to that.
I'd like to begin with the first question, which is when you'll be able to feel the impacts of the corridor. You know, this is a long-term project, a Vision 2030 project. And development of corridors can take decades, and sometimes we say we're doing these developments for our children and our children's children. However, already we can see, for example, in Lamu County, when we did the first 3 berths of the Port of Lamu, we've been able to employ about 1,000 of the youth from that region. When you have the contractors like the China Communication Construction Company, we make sure that knowledge transfer is adhered to in the contracts. So those who are doing the roads, those who are doing the port, they get employment during that period. And most importantly, they have the skills imparted unto them. So they are able to go, for example, those who did the SGR, you found them also doing the port, and they'll be able to do other projects. And I think they feed children, they have wives at home, so those impacts are felt there. Number two, when we did the road, the port access road, the road all the way from Lamu to Witu going all the way to Garsen, we've been able to see the value of properties going up. We've been able to see the other businesses which are attracted by such infrastructure coming up. For example, the service industry, the hoteliers, residential apartments are coming up, and other social services, access to healthcare was something which you could not find in some of these hinterland parts. But when we did the corridor, then the interlinking roads had to be done all the way up to the towns. So maternal health care, we've received some of those services, access to schools, we are beginning to see it, and especially security. Those who would move from Nairobi, maybe to Moyale, 7 years ago when there was no road, I think it was almost standard. You had to keep something aside if the shifter came. There were particular areas that were known. When you pass there and you hear a gunshot, it tells you stop in 100 meters, so you can be raided and you can proceed. But when we put that road now, we see markets coming up, and communities that used to war with each other are beginning to trade. We are beginning to see the livestock markets in that area improve. People even who used to wear, they were probably maybe half naked now, are well dressed, and they are beginning to trade, and towns are beginning to grow. So I think these are some of the impacts that we've been able to see already in 10 years, and I don't think we are even halfway where we are supposed to be. When we are done and we connect with Ethiopia and we connect with South Sudan, and you begin to see the kind of trade we are talking about, like South Sudan exports gum arabic. I think it exports 70% of all gum arabic globally. You will be able to see how the economy will grow here, and just the way the Northern Corridor developed is the way this corridor will develop. And I think is also the role of the private sector, the way I said, to come in and participate in this development and actually operationalize this corridor. Number two, I want to touch on security. Security as government, we approach it in two areas, in two ways. Number one is, of course, enforcement, boots on the ground, military operations in Boni Forest, for example, such combative approaches which are important and are taking place. In fact, you never get to hear of many of the success stories. We cannot report on them, but of course when something unfortunate happens, the media will blow it up. But what I know, and from the security, even in Lamu, security has improved despite what is being reported. The passenger vehicles, the personal vehicles are very many on that road, and business happens every day. You go to that Witu road where Hindi, all those areas, you see children walking on those roads because there is assured security. Number two, which is a stronger strategy on national security, is development. You know, when the young man doesn't have money in his pocket, he doesn't have a roof over his head, he doesn't have a home, you can easily tell him to go to the forest and fight. But when government has been able to empower people and they begin to feel they are part of the economy, then it's no longer attractive to be rebellious. You will not be convinced based on certain ideologies that Hukusi or Kenya come and fight the government. Such issues we've begun to see. The community has become our friends. They report some of those issues. But just to mention one thing about terror. Terror is a global issue. It will happen in Europe, it will happen in every part of the world, and Kenya is not. We did the environmental social impact assessment studies, and we found out that when we do the dredging, there would be sedimentation, and sedimentation would of course affect the corals, then it could affect the fisher folks within the region. We did an assessment, oceanographic assessment, And we did put some measures like we did gradually remove out, we put such nets, and we tried our very best to comply. However, we have to mitigate some of these issues. Were affected, and as LAPSET and as government, we did have a conversation with all the beach management units, the BMUs in that area, and we took the data of all the fishers who would be affected, about 5,000, and we came up with a comprehensive compensation strategy, not just to give them cash, but actually to commercialize that sector. And we put aside 1.7 billion, which has already been approved. We were supposed to do skills transfer. We were supposed to set up cooperatives to improve that sector, give them bigger vessels for them to do deep sea fishing, because they just fish in 2 nautical miles, but international waters have been left to foreign players. We want them to be the ones to do that, post-harvest equipment like cold storage and refrigerators. And I think probably any time, because it was a matter in the court, that compensation will be done, and then they will be able not just to be compensated, but to be empowered. Of course, they will not be able to fish in those areas. We must protect the ships, and we also must protect the people. But they will be empowered now to do deep sea fishing away from those areas. Even the scholarship, we have a scholarship where we anticipate to train 1,000 people in Lamu, and currently we've trained 400, full scholarship, certificate, diploma, degree programs, and we've been able to combat some of the adverse effects of illiteracy and some retrogressive culture. We also have testimonies of how we've saved girls from early marriage. Maybe you do Form 4, Form 2, and what's left is for you to stay in the house and wait for a prospect to come talk to the parents, and then you go and get married with the promise of an M-Pesa shop or something. But like a success story, many of these ladies are now employed, earning a net of 100,000 in Lamu. So even the parents chase away these old prospects, and now the children are able to be, the women are empowered in Lamu and are actually driving the marine sector in that area. The one on crude oil pipeline, I think you have also been involved in it, and I'll allow you to.
Okay, so apart from the hat that I'm wearing today and wear my crude oil pipeline expertise, we've worked a lot with Benson along the LAPSET corridor. And the gentleman at the back, you asked about the viability of our crude oil. Our crude oil is sweet crude. Technically, it is almost the quality of Brent. And when you talk about viability, you are asking what is their commercial viability. There's been a bit of studies from the initial production that was being transported at 2,000 barrels per day, and it is commercially viable. The agenda of the government is to move that to 80,000 to 100,000 barrels a day, which cannot be moved by trucks. I know many of you used to hear in the news that there are trucks that are taking crude oil to Mombasa. Did you hear about that? Yes. So that was more of a pilot project, and it came to a close, I think 2 years ago. What is happening right now is there's a field development plan that is underway, that is being discussed between the operators and the government. That is yet to be approved. It is still being reviewed, and as probably you might have some picture of how technical production of oil can be, especially for a country like ours that has never done this before. There's a possibility of constructing the pipeline, which is going to be a tenant under LAPSET. A lot of people ask LAPSET about our crude oil because they mention about the pipeline. The pipeline is supposed to transport the crude oil. It will not be built by LAPSET. But the petroleum sector went to LAPSET and asked for, give us space. Most of you are realtors. So, tupatie nafasi kwa hii shamba yenu ya 500 meters to lay our pipeline. Pipeline is just going to be the instrument that is to transport that crude oil from Lokicha to Lamu, where the baths are being developed. And until the field development plan is approved, We hope it is going to come out in a few months. And then, my friend, after the plan is approved, it will be taken to Parliament for ratification. If you look at the Petroleum Act, if you have interest in the sector, the process is move from approvals, go into Parliament. Now, Kiari there knows, he's sparing. Our politicians will tell us. They will determine how fast that plan can be ratified. After that ratification, there are very key components that we have control over as government. Land. A crude oil pipeline cannot be built in the air. It has to be built where? On land. Who owns that land? Dr. Claire, Gabriel, I know you're very familiar on issues of community land. It takes years and years to negotiate sometimes. The constitution now is very clear, rights. So the government cannot go there na kifua mbele na waseme, lay the pipeline, lay the lapsed corridor. And that is where we come back to Nancy. People have to negotiate. We have to send people on the ground to go and assess this indigenous tree, what is its value? And one of the local elders will be asked, can you value this? It is somewhere documented, of course, in the value index. So it is a process. That is where you find such a sector can even take 20 years before you actually start feeling the benefits. Private sector. Benson keeps calling upon the private sector. The development of the crude oil pipeline in this country is not being done by the government. It is being done by the private sector. Only that it is private sector from our global partners like Talo, who is the main operator, and the Africa Oil. So, have I answered your question? Thank you. He's shaking his head very hard. So I'm happy I've been able to answer that question. It is a very technical subject. I want to move to the county. Today we are talking about physical and land use planning. The reason why we brought LabSet on board today is to tell us what are the plans. You've actually seen it is well thought out. Nothing is by chance. A few years to come, they'll be telling you this is the inner corridor. You cannot do this thing here. Na labda saa hiyo, I don't know who has built kiosks and I don't know what else. Huh? Then you have to move shop. You have to do and conform. But who is telling us about it? The what? Tell us what the county is doing in order to align to plans like the LabSet corridors plan. What are you doing to sensitize businessmen, investors like the ones in this room to know that as you invest, as you buy land, you have to conform to XXX. Wanna be what?
Thank you so much. Your land is a little bit emotive. As it was said by, I think, Mora, the CEO of one was sitting here. But one thing we've done as a county, we had last year, I think in September, we had in Nyahururu. Also in the room were people from the National Land Commission. We also had the Minister of Lands, the Judiciary, and also the enforcement arm, both from the county and the national government. And the essence of that round table was just to highlight what we expect from our investors. Because as I said earlier in my opening speech, from 2017, thereabout, we have had interest, a lot of interest, especially land here in Laikipia. And it will be a game zero, for example, when you have, like for example, 100 acres of land, somewhere deep. There is no change of plan. You have subdivided to an eighth. That was initially agricultural zone. Then after maybe you have engaged the surveyor and the plan, but when you come to the approvals, you get difficulties. Because one, there was some steps. I know I'm speaking to the converted, but I just want to highlight that.
So we thought it is good we engage them at the initial stages so that they don't fall prey. And that has worked well. We have seen prior engagement before even some investors. They usually come and ask, if we buy land here and subdivide, is it in tandem with your plan? That we have done, and it has been quite good. The other thing we are also doing, we are doing feasible plans, PDPs for our towns. So far, we are doing for 10 towns. That is Mulengera, for those who are conversant with Laikipia. We have Mutanga, we have Survey, a place called Survey, a place called Ronyek. We are also doing in Kararu, that is in Laikipia East, Naibor, Dordol, and Muarak. Lungurutu being our county headquarters, we are doing the spatial plan. It is around 7,800 acres. We are doing a massive spatial plan for that area. And we have engaged, I think, every stakeholder. For example, we have set aside a place for the airfield, around 500 acres. We have also set aside some 2,000 acres for the industrial, both light and heavy. We have also considered residential from low to high end, and also institutions like schools and everything. That is an exercise that we started late in 2020. We are almost at the tail end, and I'm sure one that is out. We'll also invite you for the launch, and now you can start scouting where you need, you feel it will be well placed with your desires and aspiration. So far, so good, we can say in terms of urban planning and land use. We have done quite well. In addition, we increased the human resource. Now I think we have 4 planners. We had 0 initially. We have also added our land surveyors. We have also converted Rungurutu Township to a municipal so that it is autonomous in its operation and also in its implementation of programs. So far so good. As long as you invest in land, the place to be is here in Laikipia. Our doors are open, as I had said before. Those planners are ever aggressive, they're very young, so in case you need their services. We have stopped some approvals, especially in terms where we haven't done the spatial plan of the PDP. And we are telling them just relax, so that now we can say this end is low density, this is high density, this we are reserving for the industry, cemetery will be on this side. So halt first of all the development until such a time that we have that document. And I'm sure in the next 2-3 months, all those documents for those towns we are currently planning will be available to the public. So that now we are not, there is no confrontation, because you could have told us you are planning this. Rungurutu will be a very interesting thing, as I have told you, the spatial plan. So follow it keenly, because we'll be requesting some expression of interest, especially in the industrial area. So if you are planning to set up an industry, if you want also to extend or expand your current plant, be checking on us, because we'll just tell people, if you are ready, come, we'll give you maybe 10, 15 acres, 20 according to what you require. So set up the facility, because we are keen in advancing manufacturing industrialization here in the county. I don't know if I've answered the...
Yes. So far, so good. Bwana what says, Gabriel, what do you think? How are we integrating wildlife conservation into our spatial plans, into our real estate models? What is your experience? How has the impact been into the efforts that KWS has been putting? What can be done differently?
Thank you for that question. In fact, it's just like I want to answer you, because I know under our circumstances, plans are done by experts. But each and every factor in every plan must be observed before we make a mistake. And I think the environment we are living in, we have evidence of some of the effects of developments that are hitting us very hard. Those who come from Nyandarua know that Lake Bolosat is like perishing, and the river Wasonarok is like perishing. Our animals cannot move from Abadeas to Mount Kenya or even to Samburu County the way they used to do there before. So in a nutshell, I just want to say that whichever development we want to undertake, let us consider each and every nature, each and every creature, and let us ensure that whatever we do will not turn against us again and hit us very hard. Thank you. I don't know whether I'm...
Yes. Dorcas, you've been in the space, the real estate space for quite long. Shed light government to support the initiatives when it comes to real estate investment and land use.
I will walk a path that I know, because I do not want to walk a path that I know nothing of. As lawyers, we are trained to look for facts and everything. I will address the real estate because I've sat on the estate agents and registration board. I sat on that board for about 2 terms, that is 6 years. I don't want to be quoted on this, but even if you quote me, I will not deny I said it. The estate agents registration board is a joke. Why do I say that? What is the width of Kenya? We have so much land in Kenya. How many registered estate agents are there in the whole country? We have less than 1,000. Are we serious about what we are doing? Are you serious about what you do as a profession? If you're a real estate agent or dabbling in that business. In Migori, we have 1 registered estate agent. You saw him as the BPI, whatever was being argued. Remember when he said what he is? He said he is a citizen of this country and a registered estate agent. 1 estate agent in Migori. Wajir has 1. Garissa has no one that I know of. If people have come in the last 2 years, then well and good. The ministry has to get serious about that particular board. Why? Because it's what puts your food, what the business you do is what puts food on your table. There's work being done about the Estate Agents Registration Act. It has been on for the last, I came in, I found the work being done, I left and it was still being done. Are you people serious about your profession? You've got to be serious, because we look at estate agents or estate agency as something that you do as a by the way. The people that are going to make estate agency worth anybody's while is you people yourselves. I am joining you in the next, the interviews that are coming up in August. I plan to go for the interview. Why? Because I got the training that the board put up in February. They trained about 400 people, which I think is a very good thing, because before the board has never ever trained anyone. You come for an interview and we chase you. We tell you you don't have any qualifications. Look at the qualifications you're supposed to have. If you look at the Act, it tells you that so long as you have, one of the qualification is so long as you have a certificate of good conduct and you pass your Form 4, you can then register as a real estate agent. But when you come to us, we will tell you, yes, you brought the certificate of good conduct, but we're not going to give you that. You need to go out and train. Ask yourselves here, how many training schools are there for real estate agents? I know right now the land economics course is being called real estate, I think, management course. You changed your name to that. But you still know that you do more than just estate agency. And the estate agents, because every single town, even where I come from, the small marketplace, Lubao in Kakamega, where we sell dogs, there are estate agents there. There are people who bring people together who are buying land. How do we get these people and to that family that is estate agency? I spoke to one old man. I can call him old man because I'm an old lady myself. That was there when the Estate Agents Registration, the Estate Agents Act was being put in place. And he said when they put that act in place, they were looking at the Africans who are doing estate agency without being registered, and they wanted to mop them and bring them under the cover of the Estate Agents Registration Board, and allow people to do their work, because there's Section 18 which tells you if you do estate agency without being registered in this country, you're committing a crime. And if you do it and you're not paid, and many people do that, I will check and I see you're not registered, I will give you that work, you will do it, I will not pay you. Take me to the court. Mother Kome, when she was sitting at the High Court in Mombasa, made a decision, and she said, if you're not registered, then you cannot be paid. And that means you can't get your work. And what happens? I'm not saying that is the truth, but I have a very fertile imagination. Many people get killed out of, I did a deal with you, I'm expecting 40 million from you, you are telling me you can't pay me that money because I'm not registered? Because whatever I did was not legal? Then what are we supposed to do? What I will plead with a whole lot of you, Kakamega County is working with the Estate Agents Registration Board as we speak. We're in Laikipia County, and I'm glad you're here. You have Mount Kenya has a lot of estate agents, estate agency work. Counties work with the board. Invite the board to come and train your people, and then interview them and give them that license. Because when the new act is passed, and from what I hear, the present CS is quite, she wants to do that before she leaves the office. That is going to be probably in August. She may come back, who knows? But if she does that, then a lot of you are going to be locked out of estate agency work. A lot of you are going to be locked out because you will not be registered. And it's going to be very hard. The qualifications are going to be such that you may not be able to get yourself in. Right now you can get yourself in so long as you attend some training, and so long as you get, I think it's a reference from one of the estate agents. I used to have a problem with that because I would say, at the time I was in, I got onto the board when there were 300 members. By the time I left, I think we had 800 members. I would have a problem with saying somebody has to be referred to by an estate agent, registered estate agent. My question would be to the person, where do you come from? Then the person tells me, I come from Busia. There is no registered estate agent in Busia town. Who is going to refer them? Who is going to recommend them? Those are conversations we need to be having around that particular act. I've concentrated on that because that's where I know. The same act talks about recognizing the colleges that are recognized by the institution. Tell me, do you know any college that has been recognized by the Estate Agents Registration Board? A business opportunity for you people who are in the education sector. Maybe it's time you set up colleges that train estate agents for registration.
Thank you very much. You might be hearing registration. and it is your source of livelihood. But get the link. If you listen to these conversations, Dorcas, there is pressure from government, there is pressure from private sector, there are big Vision 2030, Vision 2050 plans coming up. And there is need to align all these efforts. And you might wonder, why are we all of a sudden having a board that is going to lock us out because of what and this? It is because these efforts have to be aligned. There's a lot of commotion, there's a lot of chaos, all of us know, especially who are in this sector. I'm looking at the ladies on the podium today. Grace. And as we are talking of all these developments and opening up and professionalizing this sector, there are three unique ladies on this podium. Grace, you talked about your vision and passion and how you came about to set up Gracelands. What do you think can be done? What other efforts can be put in terms of meeting the local content needs? You mentioned CBC. I love CBC personally. But policy-wise, what kind of support are you looking to get from the ward and his colleagues, from the private sector in this room, to ensure that we have children who are ready for the job market when all these developments actually come to fruition?
Thank you so much. Now, when it comes to education, I think it's not all about getting educated. Number one, there must be a lot of discipline, like she's talking. And there are so many things I think people are taking for granted. Like there is no law that applies in Kenya. I think it's the best time you people put things straight. Because if there are people who are practicing and yet they are not recognized, then that is a big issue. And I think what we need to know, even in the education sector, like now she's talking, I can already see an opening that is so glaring, and none of us has noticed that we need some colleges that can train people on some of these areas. Unfortunately, at times when courses are set, I don't know how the government does it, but at times people are trained halfway through the course, they are told that is not workable, even at the university level. So I don't know what the government can do to bring out and even to start telling young people early enough when they are still in school that this is what will be needed if you're supposed to do such and such a thing. Because I think it's a bit confusing, it's a bit, you cannot actually say, because at times you look at courses that are at times put even in the university, and at times you ask students, after you are through with this course, where will you go? Which will be your first point of contact? Which office will you approach? Yet there are so many courses, I think, that are so beneficial that can be done at diploma level, certificate level. If only the information got to the educationists, I think there are so many things that people can do. And this idea of people completing colleges and doing whatever they've done, they are rendered jobless for such a long time, I think it will be history. So from the government, I don't know what we can say, but we really need to know. Because there are courses, I don't know. Children are just being put into colleges. They are taken by government colleges, but after they complete, they don't know which way to take. So as Nancy is putting it, I think it's the highest time such forums are opened up for people to have clear discussions and where people can actually be provoked to know. Even as I go into the education sector, if I wanted to start a college, exactly which type of a college should I start? So that we do not do things blindly without knowing the repercussions. Like she says, I think like with this Nyahururu, there are so many land house estate management, whatever. But I'm shocked that majority of them are not even recognized by the government. Yet when you have a property, these are the same people you go to. So finally, I think we might end up getting ourselves in a mix and we don't know how we got into it. So I think, Nancy, that is a very important point that you've raised up, that really needs to be talked about and to be taken to another new level where people will know what exactly is happening. Thank you.
So training, local content, the needs that are there, it's clear, it's glaring, as Grace puts it. Whether it's real estate, whether it's the welders that we are going to be looking to have to build the pipeline, whether it's the planners that Biwot just mentioned that he has hired 3 or 4, so maybe you'll not be cutting broti anymore. Away from that mainstream vocational training, where is the cottage industry? Nyambura talked about the potential that the cottage industry has, and maybe the investors in the room are wondering how. When you're supporting other sectors, how do you come in to also support the cottage industry? Tell us your experience, Nyambura, and where you see the opportunity in terms of investment.
Thank you once again, Nancy, and to our guests. When I talk about cottage industries, like I said, this is a small decentralized manufacturing concern that you can carry out from your backyard. You as realtors that are here, you're looking forward to selling lands. Now what happened in 2020 is something all of us, let me just say all of us, have never experienced before, and this is a pandemic that is COVID-19. We did not know how to navigate. Jobs were lost. I personally lost my job. I was to go back to my job in February, but I never did. Here I am. And I had to sit down and restructure my life. I had to re-strategize because in as much as travels were stopped, the world came to a halt, life had to go on. We had stomachs to feed and all that. So when I look at where we are now versus where we were when starting the cottage industries conversations, I remember at that time I was out there telling people what a cottage industry is, because ideally people and Kenyans associated cottage industries with cottages in the UK, cottages in Aberdeen. And because it is a group that I founded and ran on Facebook. I told you it's called Cottage Industries Kenya Rise. We are now getting into a membership of 20,000, and there has been need for us to structure from an amorphous group that we are into something that is very, very structured, because all eyes and all focus are on cottage industries. And I'm speaking this from experience. I have been called and engaged by institutions like GIZ, the USAID, the American Embassy, and they have been asking me, Nyambura, who are you people? Where are they? I'm like, yes, I do see them. I can see so and so does ABCD. But who will accept the clarion call when it comes to forming an association, forming a council? And that is where we are today. And the reasons why we had to form a council, number one, well, like I said, we need to be structured, because the low-hanging fruits that are to be accrued from the membership, number one, is capacity building and training. GIZ, on my people, they have a lot of money for capacity building and training to you, cottage industrialist. You who is creating in a small way, you cannot be ignored, because you're the next big manufacturing that is happening in this country. And like we said, manufacturing is the backbone to any economy. You can never grow rich, you can never have any wealth out of importing. You
can always have wealth. You can always accumulate a lot of wealth out of exporting. And what are you exporting? You must have tradable goods on the table. And this is why you find that we always have a deficit in our BOT because we import more than we export. So when I look at the cottage industries, we are looking at fixing this in our own small ways, and we are looking for investors, for people like you. Yes, we know some 10 years, some 15 years ago, all hype and everything was in real estate. We moved from real estate, we went into greenhouses. I think there's a time we were doing greenhouses. And now we are having this Made in Kenya conversation. So what I would ask each and every one of you, like I did ask, like I said, what are you wearing that is made in Kenya? That has been made locally. What are you doing about it? This has nothing to do with your politician. This has nothing to do with your president. It has everything to do with you. You, the buyer, because nobody ever has a gun on your head telling you to go and buy mutumba, asking you to go and buy the made in Turkey, asking you to go and buy whatever imports that you're wearing, that you're buying. So it is all up to you to support the cottage industries, despite the fact that you're struggling. Work with us, and if you're able to invest, if you're in a position to invest, we are very much welcome to offloading equity and looking forward to working with partners like you.
Thank you, Nyahururu. Last but not least, Dr. Kulea, I know you had a call to action, but at the end of the day, we've all heard what is the bottom line. If you can change a life somewhere, I know you're getting a lot of support. What are the other opportunities you can present to the investors and businessmen in this room to work with you and not leave you behind? Whether it's in training, whether it's in scholarships, tell us briefly as we close the panel discussion.
Thank you very much. I think opportunities are many, as I mentioned earlier, a few, but I'll just peruse across a few. One of them is supporting a girl to school. You know, when you work with a child, it doesn't mean thousands or millions. It can mean something small, whatever you can afford. It doesn't have a target on it, just what you can afford can support a child to school. Another one is mentorship. You know, people take for granted mentorship because some of the girls you've seen today, others will not share their stories. You'll be amazed by just people saying, can I get one girl to host in my house for the break, the school break? That changes that child's perspectives. Most of these kids have not even left Samburu. So the moment they hit the road, wakifika hapa kwa Mheshimiwa, hapa Nyahururu, they start getting shocked because they are not seeing those things in Samburu. So the exposure, they need exposure. Another thing is, I mentioned we have our rescue center is on 15 acres of land. All these visitors we get coming to see the girls, they all go back to Maralal, which is like 30 minutes drive from where we are, to sleep in those hotels. We have land. We are looking forward to get guest houses because, for example, next time all of you want to visit, or some of you, whenever you want to come, by the way, you are very welcome to come anytime to say hi to the girls. Like now they are on school break for 2 months. They are there. We don't have space to host you. So you will say hi to the girls, you go and pay a hotel in Marala. So if we had those guest houses right there, that would be an income generating for the girls. We wouldn't be begging you for food every other month. At least we know when you spend there that you occur 2,000 shillings to sleep and have breakfast, we'll get something for the girls. So we want to have guest houses. And of course the biggest dream of having our own school where we want the girls to study there, and both primary and high school, because if you look at the monies we pay out to boarding schools for the girls, it's a lot of money. And we believe if we could source for that money and still run our own school, we can partner with the government to give us teachers and things like that, because of course all these kids are government children, of course. But what we can do is have our own school, have a girl supported by anyone that is out there, but also we want to do a 50% rescued girls school and a 50% what can I call it, paid school, because we have people in Samburu who can afford to pay for their kids, but they are not taking them to school in Samburu. They take them out to Nairobi, Nakuru, to big towns. So we would target such a market that if we do a very nice school within our rescue center, those people, other people can bring their kids to pay, while the same fee can support the other rescued girls. So those are the ideas that we have. But generally, Samburu as a county is very virgin in terms of investments. They have just mentioned the tarmac is there. Communities, we feel bad because the community land is being subdivided into title deeds, and there's prime land along the highways, as they mentioned, that all development and roads opening up opens up development. So land is being sold at a throwaway price. So maybe visiting us, you'll get some of these opportunities to see what's going on. And of course, there's a lot of room for hotels and so many other businesses in Maryland. It's still a small town, still growing up. So thank you very much. We look forward to partner with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kulea. We are going to get into the award session immediately after this. I want to thank the panelists today. We all agree we cannot exhaust this subject, as Grace has told us. And we have been challenged today to look at the other needs that we have in this room and organize a lot more of these sessions, have more conversations. I will call my colleague Cyrus to take us into the next session. I want to thank the panelists and request them to walk down the stage and then other, yes.
I just want to make one comment before you.
KWS is requesting to make one very burning comment. Can we allow him? You know there was a fire in Mount Kenya 2 days ago. He could be alerting us, huh? As the other panelists walk down to the tables, I will allow Gabriel to tell us that burning issue. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please clap for our panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know we all came here for a purposes of gaining knowledge on how we can become wealthy. I know that is what brought us here. But one time I ventured in the business of poultry farming, and my neighbor, who is an expert in that, told me that you can have so good shelters for putting your poultry, but lack one poultry, one chick to live in those houses because of not following what is supposed to be done in that project. Therefore, because I am really being touched by conservation and the way it is hitting us very hard, I want just to request you that let us follow what it takes to conform into conservation, because we can even become wealth and lack even a very soft landing ground for enjoying our wealth. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I know we are a bit tired, but we could appreciate the panelists once more. So we want to do something very fast. And this one includes awarding the plot winner. I want to request mtumishi mahali popote ulipo hapo nje. We want to do the raffles now so that at least we gift someone with a piece of land. There's also one of us here who's also going to get a night for two here at Panari. We're also going to award someone with a night for two at Nisiri Homes. And finally, we're going to award someone with a piece of land worth hundreds of thousands, courtesy of the Realtors Expo 2022. So I'm waiting, and also courtesy of Certified Homes. And I acknowledge that the CEO is here with us. I would also like to appreciate some partners here. Well, we had Toyota Kenya since Sylvia, she's probably stepped out. I'd also want to acknowledge Kombani Homes, all the way from Malindi. Just wave at us, sign team, asanteni sana Kombani Homes. We also had with us Boma Diaspora. Boma Diaspora, there was a representative, their team. Let's appreciate the team. Motokindu Paints were also with us. I called them in the morning just to give them their 2 minutes of fame, but I can't for the entire team. They are outside. It's fine. Let's appreciate them as well. We had Madam Kita from ERB. Oh yeah, we already. Sorry? Former. Okay, thank you. And pass our regards to the chairman. We also have Damaris Ngena. And Damaris needed to do something pretty fast. So probably I can give you just 1 minute just to do that. As Mtumishi gets the raffles, Mtumishi we need to.
And I've just put for him 10,000 shillings. Thank you guys for doing this. And I pray that the Lord will bless you, increase you, and do good things. Kindly let Sam George say something. So come. I want guys to be in his data. I want guys to get investment. Those countries have a lot of money. Let him come and say how people can get money. Nataka tukue matajiri wote, si ndio? Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think I'll just take half a minute. So our company is called Investera Plus Africa. Investera Plus Africa is a sister company of Investera UAE. Investera UAE boasts of more than 10,000 plus investors with the ready money to invest in businesses in Africa. And as you are aware, Kenya is it's now a hot pot of investments. Every investor is looking at investing in companies in Africa, especially Kenya. So what we do, we have partnered with Investera UAE, which built for us Investera Plus Africa platform, which is built to fit into the needs of the African market. So on your free time, you can check on that website, on that platform, and also you can visit our office in Kedwell Towers, Westlands, for more, so that we can be able to engage. Also, Investera Plus Africa has also a small baby called Agri Africa. So basically what we were trying to do at Agri Africa, we are trying to expose agricultural produce in Kenya to outside market, and also expose agricultural innovations in outside Kenya to Kenya. So and we have done a lot of networking. I just came from yesterday from Doha, Qatar, where I was attending the Agri-Tech exhibition. It was a big agricultural event, and I'm happy to say that we have interest partners from Doha who will attend the Agri exhibition, which will happen on June 6 to 8. We also have a partner in Jordan who will also attend the function, and they'll be very interested in funding new agricultural opportunities. So also somebody was talking about Buy Kenya, Build Kenya, and I really appreciate you, the socks, I cannot pronounce it, whatever. Yeah, the Dogiti. So, thank you. We will be having on the exhibition what we call the farmers market. The farmers market will bring all farmers doing agricultural produce in small booths to showcase what they are doing. So we're also trying to build Kenya. Thank you so much, and have a great weekend.
All right, thank you. Now, again, I want to apologize that we've taken longer than expected, and I pray that you forgive us. I want to give random awards just now, and this is a way of me saying sorry. We would have finished earlier, but now we went a little bit over and above. I want to ask, whose birthday is sooner after today, in the month of March? And you live in Nairobi? Or you have a baby whose birthday is coming up? Oh, this side, you're the viewer ones. Well, and then you live near Embakasi. Just to narrow it down. Okay. How many are you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 9. Sorry? I want 9. I want 9. So you live near Embakasi and you have a birthday coming soon, or the child. Okay? Alright. Now, this is from Fun City. Alright, in Nairobi, in Embakasi. It's a voucher worth 5,000 shillings. And it's going to help you celebrate your birthday or your baby's birthday. And they have packages for kids and even for adults. So for kids, you'll get a free space and theme decor. You'll get a free cake and get a free gift hamper for your baby. And for adults, you get free space, theme decor, you get a free cake, and you get a bottle of wine for adults. So who are the other people? The hands that were up? All right. Number 1, congratulations. Number 2, congratulations. This is a way of me saying sorry. No. Okay. Congratulations. Congratulations. And I hope nikikupatia unaniambia umenisamehea kwa sababu ya kuchelewa. All right, and then you had waziri wetu nani huku mashinani. Alakuwa ni mikono imeongezeka. No, I remember my hands. Wewe nakumbuka yako. Yes, there was one here. Congratulations. Wewe ulikuwa wa mwisho. Yeye ameinua sahi tu. Okay, and for you the last one. Okay. So, congratulations. Congratulations. Now, are you intending to visit Nanyuki anytime soon? Yes. Who's visit? Oh, today? We have one voucher from Nisiri Homes. Nino. Their names. Yeah, anybody who has a voucher, please get someone who can get their names at the Nisiri table for Fun City. Okay, if you have a voucher for Fun City, kindly get your name registered at Nisiri so that ukienda huko data yako itakuwa huko. Aya, tunataka kupeana nafasi moja tu ya mtu mwenye anataka kutembea na Nyuki akuje alale wakiwa wawili in Nyuki at Nisiri Homes. Unakuwa disqualified. Unakuwa disqualified. But now sasa hii iko na mtihani kidogo. Iko na mtihani. So how many of us have raised their hands up? They want to visit Nanyuki? Okay. How many of you that hands up have come for Expo? Now this is the 5th time. You've come from? Yes? Hakuna?
Cyrus, you have disqualified everyone apart from yourself.
So then I'm the only one then who will come to the city. Okay. Now let me make it even harder. Do you remember the name of Nisiri CEO, her second name? Oh, no, I know familiar faces, so there are people I disqualified. There are people, no, people who are related to her directly. Aya. Hiyo imekuwa ngumu. Aya, sasa wacha basi tuirahisishe. Mtumishi, wapi ile raffle tickets?
Kabla ya rafu, kuna wageni wanataka kuwa wanaenda.
Okay.
Tuanze na
easy.
Alafu rafu itakuja.
Okay, sawa. Nataka kutuongoza hii kwa hii. Ati? O hata hujachukua raffles. Na watu wanasema hujachukua raffles.
Si zinakuanga mbili. Tigo. Dena dokamake tigo. Pagoi. Ramo ilo dokamake. Aya.
Sawa. Modokinju, I want you to hand over one of our. Modokinju, give us one. Come here. You're a big person. You are one of the very good people. You're going to be handing over. We take a nice photo of you. Na tukuweke huko kwa social media. Kwa hivyo kuja and smile. Yes. So Modo Kinju is going to be handing over to Benson of Lapset, just as a way of appreciating our speakers. So photographer tumeonyesha pale watasimama haraka haraka. Simameni pale juu mtu wangu ya picha as a hand over. Modo Kinju. The next one is Bama Diaspora to come and hand over the second big five. Akuja asimame hapa karibu na mimi. Very nice photos za kutupa huko kwa mtandao. Thank you very much, Benson, for your time and your commitment. That is just a small token from the Realtors to take home and to your desk. Watu wasikie wivu. Bama is going to be handing over to Finsco. Do we have the representative of Finsco, David? CEO will be handed over handover.
Because of
David, you'll be handing over our next one, a very big one. David Domo, you can take the stage. This one is going to Panari for their very, very huge commitment. Panari, James, sijakusahau. Unajua you slept with us in this room. Thank you so much. Grace, take the stage. Our COO, Dr. Njogona, is going to be handing over. Doctor. The doctor of love. Mama akuje, karibu. You're going to be handing over the next one to Gabriel. You know, among everyone, there's always a favorite one. This one is my favorite. Gabriel. Very passionate about what he does. Our mom is going to be handing over. Panda hapo juu Gabriel ndio uonekane vizuri. Mtumishi. Where is the next one? Tatiana hiyo anaitwa nani huyo mnyama mkubwa wa pembe? Huyo wa brown kidada. Ama kidada. Haya. He loves elephants. Please, our photographers, chukueni picha nzuri. Nelson, back on stage, you're going to be handing over the next one to one of our very, very, very platinum supporters, Dr. Mathu. And please salimia watu. You know, wewe ni key stakeholder. Tukiweka stakeholder mapping, uko top 3. I wouldn't say the other 2. Wasiitishe tembo. Karibu. And after you receive that award, Terry, you say hi. Salimia watu.
Kamera bana.
Thank you very much. My name is Bernard. I am one of the directors at Christopher School, Nanyuki. When Realtors Expo began, we were there and never missed any. David this morning called me the grandfather. And I thought then I was younger than the evangelist who prayed for us. Anyway, thank you very much. St. Christopher School is in Nanyuki, situated on Cottage Road. And it's a primary school. We have the preschool, the primary, and right now we have the junior secondary as well. So thank you very much for everyone. Through this expo, I tell you, benefited a lot, done a lot of business.
A very special lady to us at the Realtors Expo. Na msisikie wivu because she's getting 2 items. She's getting a crocodile. You know. We welcome Charity, the CEO of Nisiri. The next one, our CEC, gonna be what? We want you to hand this one over. To our policies and Sharia. Modokinjo, please come on stage to receive your gift. Modokinjo. Someone will receive on behalf of Modokinjo. Thank you. And that comes to a close of our big 5. Oh, Modokinjo is here. Jogono, you will not take that program. Thank you so much, Bonabiwot, for joining us. Shows the county commitment. Asante sana. We are going to go into the next phase. Okay. The other one is going to go to Kanyoro, and we are going to ask our CEO, David, to come and hand over this one. Just a small way of the team here to recognize your efforts, your presence, and your commitment. Thank you so much. All right, Mtumishi Cyrus, you can take over to the next session. Nasikia kuna keki mahali, ianze kukuja tafadhali.
Yes.
Na soda.
Keki.
Hiyo keki. Tueni sponsor wa soda.
All right. Sawa, keki tafadhali ianze kuja.
Ya na pia hizo vinywaji.
Na chai.
Na chai.
Napenda kuita a lady called Emmy. Emmy from Nisiri Homes, come. Emmy mahali popote ulipo.
Emily.
Emmy from Nisiri, as the cake is being set.
Yes.
And then I also want to call the CEO of Green Haven Properties. So as the cake is being laid, Emmy and Joe, and also Madam from Green Haven Properties. No, stand there. Yes. Now the reason why I've called Amy and a representative of Green Haven is that Amy has been awarded 3 nights in Diani, everything paid for, courtesy. And the reason why Amy is getting the award, she's been the most honest, diligent, committed, and passionate staff of the Realtors Expo this year. So let's appreciate Amy once more. Sasa hizo ni nights 3.
Tutaenda na yeye because unajua hizi enda peke yake.
Nilikuwa nishambook.
Bwana asifiwe.
Nilikuwa nimeshambook. Nilikuwa nishambook, so wewe
fanya aje?
Hizo siku 3 wewe jitayarishe twende tukaogelea.
Lakini wewe si uko kazi wewe.
Si nitaenda hiyo kazi nyingine.
Bwana asifiwe.
Congratulations. Congratulations. All the best. Karibu sana. So she's been recommended.
Amen. Fanya kazi yako kwa video. Kuna mwimbaji aliimba akasema aonaye kwa siri atakujibu kwa wazi. Huyo amejibiwa kwa wazi, sio? So kabla tukate keki baba.
Yes sir.
Naona tufanye because unajua watu wakikula keki wanaendanga.
Tupeane shamba.
Na tutaki tuende na shamba ya mtu.
Yes.
Na bado kuna watu wanapeana. Kuna mtu anarudisha. Anasoma wewe unajua kizungu.
Yes. 1000 cashback from HPass Global.
Yes.
For 2 people, HPass Global Smart Access Solution. We won Konza Innovation Challenge against 127 companies from Kenya and Israel. Wow. So our CEO Bwana Francis Njue ako na sisi hapa. Amesema anapeana shilingi 1000 cashback.
Yes.
Kwa mshindi mmoja. So kama hujachukua tikiti yako, nafasi ndio hii.
Yes.
Ujishindie shamba kwa shilingi 1000.
Peke yake.
Iko mtu wako na 1000 yake moja hivi, unaweza kuwa labda wewe ndio umeachwa na siku yako ilikuwa ni hii. Anybody before we do the draw? Aya iko ile. Aya iko 1000 moja pale.
1000 pale.
Please, we want to get ushers ambao walikuwa na raffles. Inaweza kuwa wewe ndio utajishindia hii shamba.
Yes. Ushers.
Can you get some Njuguna? Chairman, anybody can help us collect the iko ya pili pale. Aya mwingine 2 zimeenda, zimebaki 8. For just 1,000 shillings and you could be a lucky winner of a plot courtesy of certified homes. Anyone? Another that person, mtumishi yuko nyuma yako. Pale nyuma yako. 1,000 peke yake. Any other person before we do the draw? Hapa nyuma mtumishi Panari. Michelle, tafadhali chukua ile ticket moja hapo na upatie raffle ticket. Any other person ambaye amebaki? Imebaki 2 peke yake. Just to 4,000 shillings. Just 1,000. Hiyo fare yenye una save hiyo ndio pale Michelle. Iko ingine pale. Mtumishi umekaa huko sana na iko ingine pale. Tuguna CEO, pick that one. Chukua hapo 1000 na umpatie raffle. Na mtumishi amekwama pale na watu wanataka kuenda na hii zawadi. Michelle. Pale. Chairman. Pale Kanyoro Properties. David, can we get other people to assist us? One more ticket hapa. Mtumishi umekwama hapo sana. Na iko zingine hapa nyingi sana. Michelle anzia na hii moja. Hapo CEO is there. Then Kanyoro and then pale. For the raffle. 2 minutes mtumishi tumalize before we cut cake. Na nitauliza CEO anisiri ya karibie ndio tukate keki. Mtumishi, you have more raffles?
Yes.
Peana pale. Alafu ulete sasa tufanye draw. Na hii has been made possible courtesy of Certified Homes. Na Bwana Peter Nyaga, tunashukuru sana for this support. That's it. Iko mwingine amebaki wa mwisho kabisa. Imagine 1000 unapata title badala ya 1500. Haya, sawa. Mtumishi, kama basi tumemaliza, tukuje tufanye draw ili tukule keki tumalize.
Haya, I think tumemaliza. Watu wanataka mashamba. Yes. Na 2 nights. Tunajua tunaongelelea nini? Do you know what we are talking about? 2 nights here. No, ndio pia siga na huko magoko. Unajua ni gapi? Na hiyo imeketa for everything. Mnakuja hapa sio? Mnakuja watu wangapi? You come, wako you come 2 people. Na moko ya huko mweza hapa huko, you will do everything here. Yes. Explain here wako sauna. Na sauna, we have sauna. Ile bafu moto. Naitwa hivyo. Bafu moto, sio? Yeah, hot. Bafu inaitwa aje na Kizungu? Hot shower. Hapana, ile inakaaga na mabao.
Hapo wanasema hot bath, si
sauna. Yes, sauna. Inaitwa bafu moto. Yes. Haya. I think mpaka hapo tumefika, kila mtu amepaka, sio? Tumemaliza. So hizo zikatwe zirushwe hapa and then we can start. Asante DJ. Kunywa soda DJ. Na uongeze volume. Niko na t-shirt. DJ endelea. Haya. You take tea. Sio yako. Nataka uniambie I don't know na Kisumu. You know. Haya, wacha sababu huyu ni mnampenda, unajua tulisoma na yeye. Mimi nampenda sana. Si ndio? Na tuko karibu tumefika fourth row. Bado hata mimi bado sijafika fourth row. Niambie kwa Kiswahili. Mimi ni mtoto wako wangapi kwa Kizungu? Tumwanzishie Mata.
In your line of children, which number?
Okay. Has she gotten it? Has she gotten it? S be silent. S be silent. It's okay. S be silent. Has he gotten it? Mama, mimi ni mtoto wako wangapi? Tell me in English. I know hiyo ni kitu rahisi kwako. No. Don't know. Okay. Haya, tufanye amepata 85. Wacha tuone kama mtu atapata 90. Nani anaweza pata 90? Wewe unamuluya hapa. Unajua ni vizuri. Mama, mimi ni mtoto wako wangapi in English?
Mom, which one am I?
Sasa wewe umeharibu. Yaani you are falling it, umeangusha. Haya. Okay, let us try ladies, you know. Ladies, which one am I? Wewe ile shule ulisoma tutaenda kuchukua hiyo pesa. Sister, saidia kwa adwaya.
Hi mom, of all the children, what number did you give birth?
Ati hai. Kuna hai nilisema mama, mimi mtoto wako wangapi ameongezea hai. Haya, sister, alafu tuende kwa brother, sio?
Mother, what is my birth order number?
Wewe sasa wewe ni wapi? Wewe?
Mother, I'm number what?
Number what? Haya, I think kuna mtu huyu amefikisha ngapi? This lady? 90. Uko sure? Haya. Kuna masharubu hapa. Anaitwa Recross.
In your motherly lineage, I'm sibling number.
Mimi anaulizia mama yangu ni Sikuwa nimeuliza but you take drink. Wewe uko na yako polo.
Tumalize mtumishi.
Tumemaliza. Sasa wacha tumalize hivi. Tumalize hivi. Alafu utanisaidia namba yako ya simu, sio? Utaniandikia hapa namba yako ya simu ni nini? Nitakuflash. Haya. I think tuko sawa, si ndio?
Sasa mtumishi, iko zawadi hapa zimetoka Kanyoro Properties.
Zawadi zimetoka Kanyoro
Properties.
Yes.
Ni zawadi 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Bas. Ni 8. Na tutaka kupatia.
So tukitoa yangu 2 inabaki 6 ama?
Yangu 2.
Fanya hivi
haraka.
Haya. Now nataka kupeana hizi zawadi kwa watu 8. Si ndio? 8 people simama?
Yes.
Mama, watu umesimama. Kama umekaa, umekaa,
kuna wale
weka chini. Simama tu hivyo.
Wangu
tunarudia.
Wangu ndio hawa 4.
Wako 4.
Ndio hawa.
Umeniachia hii shida sasa.
Hiyo sasa shida deal nayo.
Hawa 4 wametoka. Ndio tumebaki na 1 2 3 4 5 6.
Tutapatia Kanyoro Properties nafasi ya kuja kudistribute.
Kanyoro Properties
wa Kanyoro. Na this is courtesy of Kanyoro Properties, ndio wamepeana hizi zawadi. Wako ni wengi, sasa si wakatane. So utachukua 4, utapatia wale wana 1 2 3 and 4.
Mudu yake dikiragoria yuri ni kuikate na ado ya mugwanja.
Iliwe ujipangange.
Negera igirie mwe negera wale watapata hii.
1 2 3 4.
Rileta beta wacha. Kanyoro. Ndoige. Kwa mwana citondorere tukunengera aya tutige mathi. Ndoige. Kwena icio. Ni ici. Ni mimi ngine mnafanyanga? Tunauza mashamba. Si mnaweza pea wawili shamba, alafu hawa wengine tutawapanga. Simuko naye ama
ile hawajabaki wengi 1 2 3 4 5 6 7.
Unajua ni mtumishi wa Mungu naambia hivyo. Sema na mdomo yako jifunge, mtafanya? Si tutaongea baadaye. After sawadi. So hawa kae chini. Wapewe sawadi kwanza.
Na wao wengine?
Na hao wengine todo niko na 7. So nilikuwa nataka 3 wape hata kama ni kuota moja, ni kuota kana yeta watu. And 8. Nimemwefanga. Si ndio? Hao ni wagani? 1 2 3. Wewe unajua mambo ya 7? Wewe mauto mamugoda hao 3. Hao wengine ni jisort na wao.
Yes.
Kwa tunapeana hii zawadi. Then tutaongea. Sasa wewe nataka ukuje upea watu 7 hii zawadi 4. Aya, sasa hapa kwena agori.
Kwena agori. Aya, cake matron tafadhali njoo.
Cake matron
wa cake.
Acha tufanye hivi. Tutafanya hivi. Wakati tulikuwa tunakuwa, wakati na utaniunga mkono, wakati tulikuwa tunakuwa, mama yetu alikuwa anapea watoto kwanza chakula, si ndio?
Alright.
Mlilelewa hapo? Pali mama anapea watoto chakula alafu yeye anabaki akilamba sufuria. Si ndio? Si ni ukweli? Ni mnaririkana tukiwa dogo. Ndio nasema mama yetu alikuwa anapea watoto chakula wanashiba, alafu wao mama anabaki akilamba mwiko na sufuria, si ndio? So nitafanya hivi, hivyo ndivyo nitafanya, si ndio? Sababu mama alikuwa na njaa. Nisaidie shika. Shika.
Amejuzulu moja.
Si nyinyi ndio wewe uko unaelekea 5th floor. Wewe 5th 6th. So huyu anajua chenye naongelelea. Mama alikuwa anapewa watoto chakula, alafu yeye anabaki akilamba sufuria. Hata wewe usikie vizuri leo, ikaradhi. One. Haya tumebaki na 1 2 3 4. Sio? 4 na tuko na gift 2. Nani Yesu? Yesu, nataka Yesu wawili. Thank you. Huyu amejisulubisha. God bless you. You see? God bless you. Tunatafuta mtu mwingine mmoja. Tunatafuta Petro kana Yesu. Petro.
Ningekuja tu.
Petero. Kwa nini watatu? Petero. 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 Alikuwa bwana. Ona huyu sasa wewe. Ati kinasema Petro alikuwa mwanaume. Haya basi Petro wewe unajijua kaa chini. Petro kaa chini.
Petro ikaradhi.
Petro kaa chini, Petro amekaa. Hii kukuwa mwanaume saa zingine ni ngumu. But God bless you my friend. Karibu sana. Unataka hii? Na you are so beautiful. Are you married?
Mtumishi unataka kila
si kila kitu naulizia my brother. Naulizia my brother
Muluya kumbe sio chai peke yake ya.
Naulizia huwa masharubu. No, unajua watu wanaogopanga hawa watu wandefu. Lakini if you want to know yule mtu wako na pesa.
All right.
Angalia nywele yake.
Thank you.
God bless you sir.
I want to call my friend. Come.
Yeah.
Just come.
Wangari.
Yes.
You Wangari come.
Yes, you just come. Just come.
From today she is Wangari.
Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yes. Now the moment is here. She is the most trusted in the room.
Of course.
And iko mtu anasikia kwa roho yake amebakisha shamba na 1,000 asipitwe na hii wakati. Farah, wewe unasema umebaki nyuma?
Farah hapo ndani.
Uko naye.
Farah hapo ndani.
Okay. Okay. Nani anasema anasikia kama roho anamwambia achukue rafu? I will interpret later. But roho is hurt. Now, iko mtu amebaki. So now, all I'll need you to do is just to pick one, and then you will say the number loudly. And just like that. And just like that. Yes, so people are praying that you pick there. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, so you have a responsibility.
Yeah.
So welcome to Kenya.
Yeah, welcome. Me, I am looking for visa.
Yes.
I am looking for visa.
Yes.
Yeah. Atacall number yako?
16.
Number 16.
Number ya 16.
Ako na shamba already.
Wapi makofi?
Wapi makofi?
Sita. She's the lucky winner of a 50 by 100 plot courtesy of Certified Homes. And
wow.
Certified Homes.
Yes.
Aje. Alafu ata hand over title deed.
Wow, aya. Sina wena title already.
Tunaginya title. Ni kusema na kitendo.
Wewe unione sasa hiyo 10%.
Kwa shilingi 1,000 peke yake
amepata
ploti.
Wow.
Na hii ni ploti ya zaidi ya shilingi 1,100. Asante sana. Congratulations. Next, come we take a photo together.
Yeah.
Yes, just for the honors. Where is the camera person? Yes.
Hadi ulikuwa tu hapo hivyo.
All right. Okay. She wants to. Do you have people, persons? Oh, she's your person.
Unaona watu wa mlima unaendelea kwa ulia. Unaona watu wa mlima hizi niita kwa picha.
Bas. Thank you very much. Asante. Wewe mtumishi wewe jipange sasa.
Amemaliza. Your number. You will write me your number. I sell shoes. So yeah. Okay. So thank you very much. Naisaka viatu.
Haya. Iko voucher moja imebaki hapo mtumishi.
Yes.
Moja tu. Ya mtu mwenye atakuja kulala na nyuki. Courtesy of Nisiri Homes.
Wewe unalala huku.
Courtesy of Nisiri Homes.
Uko peke yako. Tunapea watu wawili. Wewe uko na huo.
One person from your media. Just come.
Haya.
Hii ndio zawadi ya mwisho.
Yes.
At least Farah usitoke hivyo, unaweza lala Nisiri Homes. Unaweza tafuta mtu mulale.
Huyu ni yule aliongea Kizungu.
Huyu aliongea Kizungu anaitwa
Kanifil.
Nara.
Ni
ile wimbo ya Nara. That one. Okay. So call out the number.
Number 3.
Number 3.
Number 3. Na ukuje na ule mtu mtakuja na yeye ni.
Ngoja kuja ule mtu mtakuja na yeye.
Ndio angalau to verify. Ako na mtu.
Haya.
So congratulations courtesy of Nisiri Homes. Karibu tunanyuki. CEO wa Nisiri Home. Mtumishi huyu wewe unaweza pigwa picha na yeye. Pigwa picha.
huyu
ndio usiseme mimi nakuona. Pigwa picha na yeye.
Hadi wametuona aje.
Na ashike voucher and ndio Siri Homes. Ndio hiyo. Congratulations ni
siku mbili.
Siku mbili. Pale na nyuki. Na nyuki. Hakuna kulipa chochote.
Hakuna kulipa kwenda ukiwa njaa.
Makofi yako ukiwa njaa.
Karibu sana.
Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. Huyo CEO. Salimia CEO. Juana na CEO ni Siri Homes. Mapema. Alright. Mtumishi. Tumemaliza. Hakuna ya ziada, imebaki ni keki peke yake.
Okay.
Na sasa hii keki imeletwa kwetu courtesy of Tiana Blessed Cakes. Na pia Leo Delicacies.
Ndio.
Ukitaka mambo ya keki hivi, mambo ya vitu tamu, sukari ongea na hawa. Na pia wako Umoja na wako Ruiru. Na namba za simu ziko hapa. Sasa mtumishi, wewe sema namba alafu karibishe CEO wako hapo.
Haya, namba za simu nitasoma vile zimeandikwa hapa na uwezo wa Roho Mtakatifu. 0799204079. Wale Sololana pia nyinyi tumewaconsider. 0799204079. Sindio? So ukitaka keki ukiwa na birthday, marugaga ginya keki cia rorasio indo ciothe. Kitu yote ile iko na nini, keki cia rorasio. Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Sasa mimi naitwa Auntie wa makeki, mkiniona hapa. This is Tiana Blessed Bakes and Leo Delicacies is coming. We are all the way from Ruiru and Umoja, as you have heard. And we are glad to be part of this breakfast. Come lunch, come into brunch now to chai ya saa 10 as you are seeing. But we thank God we've been given this opportunity so that you can lift your energies back again the way zilikuwa after breakfast. Sindio? Hebu tusimameni kidogo. DJ, mimi keki zangu hazikuliwi hivi. Lazima tuchangamshe, tutengeneze appetite. Get some space. At least stretch kidogo ndio upate mahali pa kuweka hii keki. My name is Charity and I'm the CEO, Managing Director, Baker, Kitchen Staff, Subordinate Staff of Tiana Blessed Bakes. I take all those roles and I will give my friend here to introduce herself.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Naitwa Catherine Murugi Murege, CEO Leo Delicacies. Keki tunapika upande wa Umoja. We do customized cakes, events zozote, watu wa mashamba. Ukitaka tupike keki na shamba, reach out to us. Watu wa shule, wakati wa graduations, contact us na tutafurahi kuwapikia keki. I have made this Kenyan flag cake for uniting us all in this election year and beyond. Thank you so much.
That is cake. I believe you can tell the difference. I am also a cake matron. Msishangae huyu amekuja na kelele mingi ni nani. This mouth is what also makes us money sometimes. I know mtumishi yako hapa, he can back me up. MC is here, he can back me up. Mdomo yetu pia inaleta so tunaleta pesa na mkono na ingine tunaleta na mdomo. That is why you can see Kate anaongea, my name is Catherine Murigi. Na mimi nasema I am Charity na napika makeki. Utanipata pale Ruiru. Ukitaka keki kama hii ambayo unaona hapa iko na logo ya kampani yako, remember Tiana Blessed Bakes. Now DJ, twende kazi. Kama
We are a chosen generation. Called for to show His excellence. Yeah. God is in me. We are a chosen generation. Called for to show all the charities work. Na unasikia you can be called Charity, you are welcome.
Yes.
Karibu sana. Kama mama yako anaitwa Charity, you can come on her behalf.
Yes. Hata kazini.
Asante.
So Charity ndio watatufanyia the honor of cutting the cake. Tulisema we are the cake matrons, but definitely in every occasion kuna bibi harusi ama birthday girl ama mwenye occasion, si ndio? So Charity will do us the honors of cutting for us this cake and at least kutupatia mautamu ya hii breakfast. Kufunga hii breakfast na mautamu ama ni aji? Bas, hakuna occasion inaishaga na mauchungu. Tumalizeni na mautamu. Hivi ndio tunafunga siku ya leo. Charity, karibu sana. The knife is there. I don't know if you want to speak on the cake.
The cake is so beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. Iko na logo ya Nisiri Ventures. It's beautiful. Ni vile siwezi know it's a book, but it's really nice. Nisiri logo. Beautiful job, Tiana and team Kenya.
This is the Kenyan flag. Like we've said, we need to be united.
Beautiful. Sitasema mengi leo, lakini sisi ni Nisiri Ventures. Tunauza broti mafuta ya ukweli legit. So our new baby is actually Nisiri Sweet Waters. Tuko na Nisiri Gardens, Ereri. Tuko na Siri Gardens, Endana. Na sasa our newest baby, which is service plots, still in Nanyuki, inaitwa Nisiri Sweet Waters. Tutapata maji hapo, tunachimba borehole, we are fencing, so in case you need to know more about us, our table is right outside here. Wacha tukule sukari for now. Thank you very much.
Haya, tuende kazi. Mom DJ, mweke kawimbo ndio keki katike. Kama iko na sukari, ndio atakuwa wa kwanza kutuonjea hii keki ama nasikia kama niko kwa harusi. Nakwambia anasema yeye karibu tumuimbie. Mtoyo amwaniye katoyo amwaniye ni mwega.
Okay, hapo pengine sijui.
Haya. Wacha niwaoje ndogo mama.
Wapishe kelele na ndugu Yesu.
Mimi ndio nauma. Na wapenda kwanza. Wacha nikupeleke
Haya. Nipe ile kubwa.
Nipe hiyo kubwa.
Ile kubwa kabisa. Haya, usiende, kuna cashback ya 2000 kwa watu wawili. Nakumbuka tulikuwa tumesema kuna cashback. Yes. Kutoka H-Pass, ndio Global. So kuna hiyo
Na ningependa nani akuje atupikize mkono hapa. Hiyo ingine ilikuwa ni wanawake.
Tunaweza endelea kukata keki.
Endelea kukata keki na nitumbukiza mkono hapa unipe namba 2. Madritima keki maige, madritima. Yeah. You better pick hers.
Oh yes.
Wow. Kenya.
Mbili tu. Afungua.
We stay united. This is beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Fungua polepole, alafu tuitane hiyo namba.
Number 28.
Number 28. Come. Number 28 next. The next one.
Number 43.
Number 43. 28 and 43. Kujeni hapa.
Number 28 and 43.
Aya, David, tafadhali karibia hapa. David. 43 and 28. Kujeni. Aya. Aya, kabla tufanye hii David kuja hapa.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to just say one small word. We are all here. We've gotten this beautiful platform because of a gentleman mwenye anapenda kukaa chini ya maji. Do you all agree with me?
Yes.
Do you all agree with me?
Yes.
Certified? Do you agree with me?
Yes.
This gentleman, anaitwa David. He's the man behind the Realtors Expo for 5 years running. How they are behind the scenes. But without him, hatungekuwa na hii platform nzuri sana inatusaidia business people to be able to corroborate and to be able to even network and to even make bigger sales. Kwa hivyo, guys, let's give him a big hearty clap. God bless you and may God continue elevating you. We are proud of you. Keep it up.
Ameuma keki ama mtu wa sukari.
Ndio
Songa hapo. Mnekere kelele. Watu wapole kama hawa mnafaa kuwafanyia. Mnekere kelele. Mtu wa sweet. Anaitwa nani? Mama sukari. Charity. Si? Tunaita huyu Charity. Haya. Charity wa sweet. Asante, God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Haya, now kuna hiyo 2000 cashback. Number 43 and number 28. Wako wapi? 28.
Amesema MC hapo.
Number 28 ameenda. Haya, rokota ingine. Asiyeko hapo? Bas, rokota namba ingine na make sure umerokota ya huyu. Naona vile anakuangalia sababu ya passport na visa.
Number 8.
Number 8. 43 na number 8. Ayuko? Number 8. Good. Number 8 ndio. No, it's okay. I trust you. Wewe nakutrust eh. Kujeni hapa na kutenda dakika moja baba.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Francis Chua. I'm the founder and CEO of HPAS Global. We are a technology company focusing on smart cities. And we are the company that is implementing smart access control in Conserved. I know you learned about Lapset corridor today, but there's also another big government project called Conserved. And because you are in real estate, you know that. So we are the company that won the Conserved Innovation Challenge and will be implementing smart access. Our system is really good because you don't need much of the hardware that we use now. You just need to use your phone to be able to access smart cities, gated communities, and all that. So any project that you have, we are able to supervise that for you using technology, including management of your employees and people working on your site. So thank you so much, and we are the company that is giving the 2,000 cashback.
Picha wakipewa cashback yao ya 1,000. Anta na ule unataka. Atuangalie huku, songa hapo kidogo. Songa huku kidogo. Hapo. Haya. Asante. Good. Karibu. Kaka karibu.
Good. Asante sana, God bless you. Haya, tuwapigie makofi wamepata ile cashback yao.
Acha nipitie hapa na mchukue nikipita.
Haina kitu. Ma.
Unataka kuja?
Asulete hiyo watu.
Nataka niache sana.
Vote of thanks.
Sasa.
Haya.
Umemaliza wewe? Kwa sawa.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi.
My name is Anwai from Burma. It's not Burma. It's so wrong when you pronounce Burma from this company. It's not Burma, it's Burma Diaspora. I was one of the panelists here. I don't know what happened. I was given the theme as investing election year. And I live in the diaspora, so I was to come and talk about diasporas. I'll say this as a hint. I didn't hear anything about diasporas, and I believe everybody here is looking for that diaspora client, right? So I'm sure everybody here would like to hear what the diaspora think, what diasporas have to say. So I'd like the people in the daily planning, give more room for the diasporas. We are here, some of us are listening, and we have something that can help the realtors. You all know how much money we bring to this country, right? A lot of money. So I own the company, Burma Diaspora. I'm here with my clients. You have seen me on the social media. I've lived in the United States for 15 years, and I'm a board member of a women's circle. 16,000 women investing here in Kenya. I think you guys should know about that, or you should Google them. I belong to several other groups, a few that I chair. My company helps your relatives that are stuck there invest here. So I have a lot to say regarding that, and once given a platform again, I will let you guys know. Thank you.
Joe.
Hata sijakula hii keki.
Joe.
Nakusikia sana.